then rolled firmly to smoke extra light. So if you want your second, third, or fourth cigar of the day to smoke as light as your first, smoke Santa Fe. You'll see why.
100,000 times a day, someone lights up a Santa Fe. $99, 100,000 times a day, someone lights up a Santa Fe.
Why? Because with Santa Fe, your second, third, or fourth cigar of the day smokes just as light as your first. Santa Fe starts with light tobacco. Tobacco leaves that are selected for lightness. Cured and aged for lightness. Then rolled firmly to smoke extra light. So if you want your second, third, or fourth cigar of the day to smoke as light as your first, smoke Santa Fe. You'll see why.
100,000 times a day, someone lights up a Santa Fe.
California's Mojave Desert. You're watching the end of an unusual test of Super Shell gasoline, a mileage test that began more than 3 miles back. Each of those 10 cars started with exactly the same volume of gasoline. The 5 dark cars got gasoline we blended just like Super Shell, but without one of its 9 working ingredients, without platformate, Super Shell's mileage booster. The 5 white cars got exactly the same amount of Super Shell with platformate. The engines are as identical as engines can be. The cars started together, accelerated to 50, and have held that speed ever since. The cars have traveled over 4 miles. Now, look. One dark car is out of fuel. So are the other dark cars. Every car without platformate has run out of fuel and is slowing to a stop. Every car on Super Shell with platformate is getting extra mileage. Platformate is one of Super Shell's 9 working ingredients to make your car work better. Stop at this clean white pump for good mileage. Super Shell.
Let Hertz put you in the driver's seat. Let Hertz take you anywhere at all.
This vacation, really let yourself go. Go Hertz class. With a new Chevrolet or other fine car, you'll see things you've never seen before. Do things you've never done before. Hertz lets you change the pace completely. Go where you want, when you want. If you wish, take up to 20 months to pay with the new Hertz revolving credit plan. So why hold yourself back? You get a rest while Hertz does the rest.
Just let Hertz put you in the driver's seat today.
The Dreyfus Fund is a mutual investment fund in which the management hopes to make your money grow and takes what it considers sensible risks in that direction. Ask your securities dealer for a free prospectus.
Strawberry poop gas. I was cooking in the backyard, feeling like a pro. Tossed in some grass clipping magic, let that compost glow. Dog poop, cat poop, nature stew. Bubble, bubble, what's that do? Smells so wrong but feels so right. Pink smoke rising in the moonlight. Neighbors yelling, what's that blast? Too late, it's cooking fast. Old strawberry poop gas, blasting from the grass. Bubble and sizzle, it's science class. One big burp and the backyard blue. Now we're living next to Mount Doo-Doo. Built a grill from garbage cans, hooked it up with rubber bands. Dog barked once, the cat took flight, then boom, the sky turned brown and bright. It rumbled, it tumbled, it splattered the fence. A poop volcano makes no sense. Sticky strawberries rain from the sky. Compost cooking till the day I die. Filled strawberry poop gas, wild and crass. Flaming hot signs from the neighbor's grass. When it popped, we all went ooh, but dang, it smelled like barbecue too. So if you're brave and slightly nuts, mix that poop with grass and guts. Light it up and step way back. You might just launch your own snack shack. Bill strawberry poop gas, cooking class.
Good morning, everybody. Let me put the other audio here so I can see how I sound, how bad or good it is. So let me just go ahead and put this on. Good morning, everybody. Let me put the other... I think that's pretty good. I really do. So let me go over here and change the scene and make sure that we have not... Oh, okay, we got the wrong one. And there we go. The camera has been moved. As you know, my very, very competent assistant. We know that RK has his teddy bear, and I have my little black menace, as you probably know. So let me see over here. Let me change this link so that I can get the chat up and going. As you know, since I'm the poorest guy in the YouTube space, I don't use StreamYard or any other. So we'll just go ahead and move this camera a little bit here. There we go. All right. Maybe a little bit more. You never know. Okay. There we are. So that looks pretty good. Now let me see if the chats will come up. That's going to be the true test. So let's see. Where did I put? Okay. Here we go. Oh my goodness. There it is. All right. Now, will it work? That is the question. And it does. All right. Now, what I did, because I don't like to leave anybody out. Why is this image a little wacky? Oh, okay. That is very strange. Oh, there we go. I see what happened. I just have to move this just a little bit. And we will double check the... Oh, well, that's odd. Oh, well. Anyway, I think it looks pretty good. Let me look at the other screen and see what I look like on YouTube. And let me put the chat right here where I can see it. It doesn't look too bad. It actually looks pretty good. I'm trying to get it where my face is not covered when I read the comments, but sometimes it is unavoidable. Now let me scroll down to the last comment and see if we have any outstandingly bad. Let's see. Nope, everything seems to be good. So we are doing quite well. We're doing well, but not everybody is. But anyway, it looks like Jonathan is the first today. And by the way, as you probably know, Jonathan's channel was the first channel that I was ever interviewed live. There were other interviews that were taken of me, but none of them were live. He was the first of the live interviews. And there's been many since, so that's good. And Lady June says good morning. I said good morning when I was setting this up. And here's Dustin. Good morning from Indianapolis, Indiana. Quack, quack, quack. Let's get dangerous. Yes. And we'll be saying that again tomorrow morning because he has his live at 7:30. Now, we've had lives before mine. We know that our friend Dan usually had a live, and for the last couple weeks he had one. But since he didn't have one today, I put some of my filler videos in the beginning just to let everybody know that I'm still alive and I haven't had that heart attack yet. Because as you know, anybody can drop dead at any time. There is, what is the name of the guy from NASCAR that dropped dead? So any of us could end at any time. So you have to be very aware of that. And there's Mike Seeley. Greetings from Tampa Bay. Well, greetings. Good to see you again. Sandy Blythe. Good morning, Rick and Milton. Miss Kitty and kids. Yes. And let's see. We have a good morning to Mike. We have Jason, 9:16, 4:47 a.m. and here in Northern California. Ready to start the day with Rick and the Kitties. Well, I'm glad that you are up a little bit early, but I guess some people do like to get up early, and I'm glad that you take your time to watch my very small and insignificant live stream. We have a good morning from Bride's Biscuit, one of our regulars, and we have some mornings back and forth. Brian Dish, 1787, good Memorial Day weekend, Sir Quack and all Quackers. Yes, it is that day, and Monday, I'm sure a lot of people have the day off. For me, it's just like any other weekend. I have a day off when nobody calls me for work. It happens. And we have good mornings to everybody that is here. And Amanda, the carnivore. Hey, good to see you again. It was nice to see you online. Put the person behind the face. And good morning from Merrill, Wisconsin. We have a lot of really good carnivore people in Wisconsin. That's one of the states that I've never been to, and I would like to visit one day. So we will see. Good Saturday morning, Rick Milton and everybody. And we have a good morning, and we have a good morning to Smoothie. And good mornings are going back and forth. Nice to see you. And Yellow Rose, 803 Charger Mopar. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Looking after my neighbor's dog as they wait till Monday. She is 14 years old. We'll take out for a walk in a bit. Well, that's pretty good age for a dog. Probably a smaller dog. Usually the smaller dogs live longer than the large ones. But you never know. And we have another good morning. And we have an awe. Let's see, a good morning here. That Ovaltine ad cracks me up every time. And the funny thing is, as far as I know, it's a real ad. So I think my parents were giving me Ovaltine because they wanted me to be gay in the morning. Although my parents were very homophobic, so I don't know what that was all about. I couldn't stand that stuff. It was disgusting. Why would I have Ovaltine when I could have bacon and eggs? What a concept. The bad thing is when my mom would cook an egg or two, she would flatten it out and cook it so much that it was just way overcooked, and there's nothing worse than overcooked eggs. Now, I don't do well with raw eggs, but I like my eggs cooked sort of fluffy with lots of lard or tallow and butter, if I have it. Good morning. We're on, yes, she was on Dr. Kiltz's yesterday. That is correct. So we have several of us that have seen that interview, and I'm very, very good to see it. The great thing about Dr. Kiltz's live stream, unlike the other, well, I'm not going to say the other because we have 3 doctors that have taken the time to interview a lot of people. Dr. Chafee, Dr. Kiltz, and Dr. Baker. The 3 carnivore doctors. Dr. Baker is the original carnivore doctor. Dr. Chafee, Dr. Kiltz is the oldest, the longest carnivore doctor. He says he's been carnivore 15 years. So those are the 3 greats in the carnivore space. The other ones, you got the influencers, you got the popular doctors that everybody talks about. They don't take any effort whatsoever to interview or meet anybody. The only thing they're interested in is getting those people in their community. Now, I don't think that they're money hungry, but I do think that that is the priority, and that is their priority. Now, again, Dr. Kiltz has a successful business that's built on fertility, provides good value for people, and he's outgoing. So we know that he puts a lot into the community. He's brought in a lot of great people. We have Elia, we have Dr. Nelson. And by the way, I've been meaning to see, I haven't bothered him, but if anybody knows if Dr. Nelson is feeling better, I think somebody had said that he had a gallbladder surgery or something like that. So if anybody knows anything, I was going to try. I don't want to call him because I don't want to bother him. I hate bothering people, but maybe I'll send him a message just to see how he's doing. But we've been missing. Maybe he's watching. I don't know. I don't know if anybody in that group actually watches my channel, but you never know. I mean, I've had popular people. I've had Carrie Mann watch my channel, and he's a big-time YouTuber now. So you never know who's watching Rick's channel. That's why I got to be nice to everybody. And again, I don't criticize anyone directly. I just criticize people's actions. So for those of you that belong to the pay-to-play groups, you know what goes on there. But the rest of us, we don't know because it's kind of closed in. But anyway, I'm glad that the Kits Mighty Tribe makes the effort to interview and bring people in. Because again, if we don't keep as a community, we're just going to fall apart. And let's see. I see that Mannix Gaming. Hello, everyone. I'm happy today. I sold a Kiefer Grains. The one who bought from me is an obese lady. I hope she knows about low-carb diet fix issues. Well, that's great. I'm glad that you are spreading the healing journey around. Good morning, Rick Milton, Miss Kitty, and all the kittens and the rest of you quackers. Well, Robbie Altry, good morning. And you're probably, let's see. Let me see. Mannix Gaming, 7:59. And you are there at 8 a.m. I know that on Mitch's live stream, there is always the sort of championship, and you do seem to win it often, but that's okay. On my live stream, it's a lot easier to win that 8th position because we don't have that many people. Although, how many people do we have? Let me look. We have I don't know. My computer is acting a little weird. Let's see. Oh, I think I blocked it. Let me just move this little. Oh, really? We have 50 people watching right now. That's really good. It seems like my channel is becoming almost as popular as some of the bigger ones. And, it's not because of me. It's because of you. I have only about 4,210 subscribers, which is nothing on YouTube. And yet, I'm getting 50, up to 70 people watching my live stream. That's actually really, really good participation. And that tells me that it's not me, but it's you, that you've taken your time to view my live stream. There must be something here that you do like. And again, I watch some of my live streams little by little, see what they're like, and they seem to be pretty good compared to some of the other live streams. We have a lot to talk about. We interact, and that's what I like. And we have a good morning from Smoothie 420, and we have some more hellos going on. And speaking of good morning, here we have the second tallest carnivore, well, third if you include Dr. Baker that I've ever met, and that is Peter, Papa Carnivore. Good morning, Quackers, and good morning. Glad that you're here. I guess you worked later. I know that, you had a day off yesterday or the day before? I don't remember. All right. Yep. So I was out. It was so much fun. Did you see it? I think most of us did see that interview. And again, it's nice to put the person with the name, and that's great. And eventually, I'm going to remember all the names of all of my subscribers. The trick is to keep interacting. I know there's Dunbar's number. I think you can only interact with 150 people, and that's one of the reasons why I tend to avoid some of the larger live streams. You think about the certain communities that have the $30 a month entrance fee. I avoid those like the plague because none of those people are ever going to be able to interact well with their subscribers. And of course, once you stop paying them, well, you're out. So bye-bye. That's not my style. You're always welcome here. You can come in, you can leave whenever you want. I put on the show. It's up to you. If you want to tune in, go ahead and tune in. If you don't, you can always tune out. I don't attack anyone directly. And even the trolls, they don't seem to like my channel too much. They hang around for a while and eventually they give up. It's like, this guy is a waste of time. What am I going to do to him? I can make fun of him. I can tell him he looks unhealthy. I can complain about his heart attack diet. And yeah. And speaking of people I know, here's Chuck. Good morning. Rick and Quackers. Super Tune. And I'm glad that you're here as always. And again, it was nice to be able to meet you in person. I think eventually I'll get to meet everyone in person. That'll be great. Hi and good day to you. Okay, we got some hellos going on here. And yes, I did. It was incredible talking about the interview. Let's see. Yeah. And Yellow Rose has a direct good morning to me from Plymouth, UK. Around here, of course, when I think of Plymouth, I think about the Roadrunner. But there hasn't been anything. 2 kittens are missing this morning. Yes, I don't know where the kittens are, but I've been missing the little gray and white paw one and then the white with the gray. It seems like maybe they're anything that's black, white, and gray is afraid, although black and white kitty still here. Black and white kitty. Garfield, the orange kitty, that's the dominant one of the bunch, and I have a feeling I may end up keeping that one. I don't know. I don't know if Mr. Milton and that, because that orange cat's going to be a big one. My Garfield lived 21 years. He was huge, and he was a very powerful cat. That Garfield, he took on a pit bull and won. Garfield was a beast, an absolute beast. He was quick. He was big. He could climb a tree in 2 seconds. He was just an amazing cat. He really was. And it was the really funniest thing he ever did. My neighbor had a rather vicious little toy poodle. The thing used to chase all the cats around. And I remember they went to chase Garfield. Garfield ran, and then all of a sudden, Garfield was like, he stopped. And he puffed up, and he went, and the dog was like ready to attack, and Garfield struck, and the dog went, and ran. The thing was running like sideways. It was going as fast as it could. It was slipping. And Garfield just sat there, put his tail up, walked back to me, and rubbed against my legs. It's like, okay, Rick, what do you think about that? I'm like, yeah, you're my Garfield. And I know Milton has that same attitude. The problem is that Milton is a vicious beast. So Yes, I missed a lot of you this week. Vacation. I wasn't on much this week, though. Smoky Mountains for Vintage Two-Stroke. Yeah, I remember you mentioned that. Talking about the old two-strokes, which I remember those things. It's been a while. It's amazing that any of them still run and are out there. Good morning, Rick and all from Jiffy, Strange Animal, and Danny and Boss. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Yep, that was nice. We have missing kittens. Yes, there are 2 kittens that are missing, but I do post daily videos on the kittens, and I'm glad that you liked the way that it sounded. And let's see. Good morning, Rick. And here is Mike Seeley Sr. Good morning, everyone, from Melbourne, Florida, home of the EFM, Eat Fatty Meat Diet, or if you prefer a different word for the F, you can do that too. I have the EFD diet, Eat Fatty Duck, but good morning. And I guess that you were able to take a day this week to hang out with our friend Mitch and smoke a cigar or two, which I know that in Mitch's world, cigars and coffee are part of the social experience. And I know that, for example, coffee, which was one of the favorites of my mom, brings a lot of people together. The experience, the smell of coffee, the roasting of the coffee, it's one of those things. And of course, some people don't like coffee. Maybe you're Mormon, you don't like coffee because for some reason coffee is considered sinful. So you don't want to drink coffee if you're a certain religion. I don't know. There might be another religion that doesn't like coffee. I don't know if the Seventh-day Adventists drink coffee or not. I'm not sure. But all the other religions I know, they drink coffee. In fact, most of them also drink alcohol, which is something I don't do. I mean, I've drank alcohol before, but I've never been drunk in my life. And I'm not really crazy about it. I don't think I've touched anything alcoholic in years. I just don't like the taste of it, and I don't see the need for it. I don't understand what the problem is, but if people want to socialize over a drink, I think coffee is a better choice, even though I hate coffee. I don't like the taste of it. It tastes like I burned my meat and the water's running out of it. Ugh, I don't like coffee, but a lot of people do. It's like cigars. I'm not going to smoke a cigar. It's not my style, although some people seem determined to get me into the cigar culture. But then again, I don't mind if other people want to go and smoke their cigars and enjoy their life because, honestly, I don't think it shortens your life. If you're not addicted to the things, what difference does it make? It's another way of socializing. It's like us old car guys. We go to the car show, we fire up our old car, and, like, for example, whenever I had my 69 Charger running good and in looking halfway decent shape, you go out there on the road, you drive the thing around, it's like a magnet. It attracts everyone that likes old cars. A lot of older guys, you got younger guys, you got women. They look at the car, wow, I remember those, or they don't know what it is, and they ask you, well, what is that? You explain it to them. So it's sort of like another way of socializing. It's like gardening. We used to have gardening clubs down here. A lot of women were in the gardening clubs. They would share seeds. They'd share different cuttings. You had fruit tree groups and everything. People find something in common, and they find a way to turn it into a social experience, which, in my opinion, is the main reason why we have a community in the first place. It's not for the money. No. If your community requires money to enter, then you don't have a community. You have a movie theater, basically. So, or a private club, I don't know, whatever. But that's what I think. All right, let me go back to the comments here and see. I'm sure that I've gotten way behind. And Coach Angela Mullins, good morning to everyone. Well, good morning. Glad that you are here. And we have some more good mornings. And we have a hello to Angela. And there we go. A welcome distraction today. My room is 26 degrees Celsius with no way to cool it down further. Well, Jonathan, I don't know, your air conditioner's broken? Or do you have one? I know over there a lot of rooms don't have air conditioning. I have a room here with no air conditioning. It's called my shop. But here in Florida, I think pretty much every house has air conditioning. As you know, last week when the power went out, after my live stream on Saturday at nighttime, that night around 12:15 a.m., a branch fell on the power line down the street, and it took 7 hours to get the stupid power back on. Ridiculous, right? But that's the utility company in action. So we have a hey to Brian. And let's see, we have some more hellos. Good morning to Jonathan. We'll go through every one of these. Gets up early, but don't like it. I like getting up early. I feel like I got stuff to do. And here's our AI master, Barry Simon, 1194. Good morning, Rick and all. Well, good morning. I'm glad that you're here. Barry Simon always does some interesting images and videos, and I seem to be in several of them. I guess out of the carnivore community, I am the oddball, and I'm the one that most people just have to laugh at because I'm sort of the anti-everything. I did not get home until 1 a.m. Oh, babysitting 6 of my grandchildren. Nice. So we have a hello to Jonathan. And speaking of celebrities, there is Mitch. Hiya, Rick and all. Well, hello, Mitch, the old guy carnivore, OGC, with his EFM radio network. Now, this right here, the Rick's radio network, it would be more like, I don't know, EFD, Eat Fatty Duck, or Eat from Dumpster. That's another one of my things. And again, no wonder I'm not popular. Who else would eat from a dumpster? I had a dumpster steak, I think it was Tuesday night, I forget. But I was over there at Fresco y Mas, checking out the dumpster, and I found a defrosted and slightly soggy looking steak. I mean, it wasn't the greatest thing. I figured I'll get it for the cats. And when I got it home and I cracked open the package, it smelled a little off, but it wasn't too bad. I thought, well, I've eaten meat like this before. How bad could it be? So I cooked it up and I ate it and I was fine. No problem at all. So you never know. I think getting some of the things like rice and pasta that people like to eat when it's out of, been in the refrigerator too long will kill you. But these meats, when the meats are good or bad. I think instinctively we know the difference. Amanda, thank you so much, Rick. Well, thank you for being out there. Thank you for putting yourself out there so we can get to know you better. And we have a good afternoon. Well, I guess where you're at, over there on the other side of the world. But it's morning here. But that's okay. Yes, overcooked eggs are the worst. Why people do that, I don't know. And Juliet Edens has dropped in. Good morning. We have a cat waving to Rick, Milton, and Quackers. Well, there you go. Milton seems to have gone to the bedroom for some reason, but you know how Milton is. Once his stomach gets a little bit hungry, Milton will be here to let me know that, hey, it's time to eat. Now, I know a lot of people in the carnivore community are very much into fasting, but what you got to remember is this. A real carnivore, a cat or lion, does not fast by choice. They say that if a cat goes more than a couple of days without food, it can die from fatty liver because cats do not fast. Cats eat on a regular basis, just like me. I'm like my cat. I'm not going to do fasting. I do that fasting stuff. I'm just going to lose energy. I'm going to feel lousy. I get headaches. Fasting does not work for me. Now, human beings are not lions. Human beings are more like pigs. I mean, think about it. A pig can go weeks without eating. Pigs are survivors, and they store a lot of fat. How much fat does a cat or lion store? Not much. You ever seen lions? You see them in like National Geographic or what was that when I was a kid? Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. They're pretty lean. Lions don't really get fat. Now, I'm sure some of our house cats, I've seen house cats that look like a blimp. Maybe they could go without eating, but little Milton, nope. Milton doesn't eat. He lets me know, and he will. He's smart. He even knows how to open the refrigerator. The problem is, I'm afraid, I caught him in the refrigerator one time. He was eating some raw meat, but I was worried that he wouldn't be able to get out. Once he gets in there, he would end up being a popsicle stick. So I had to block the refrigerator. When I go away to work, I put weights in front of the refrigerator so he can't get in there. But I give him plenty of food, so I don't know. He's just a silly little kitty. All right, we have a good morning from Steadfast 24-26. Good morning. I ate lots of raw eggs after watching Rocky. Yep, a lot of people did. I love those three doctors, as you should. Those three doctors are the greats in the carnivore community. Chafee, Kiltz, Baker. Those three make the community. The other carnivore doctors, they come and go. That's fine. Now, I know everybody loves Dr. Berry, yes. And Dr. Berry is interesting. He's got that little southern charm, and people worship the guy. But he's just another one of us. I don't see the big deal, honestly. And honestly, I don't watch his videos because there's too many people in the chat. You can't communicate with anyone. And I have to admit, when there's a lot of competing live streams, I love Carrie's channel. I think Carrie and his family are awesome. But there's so many people in the chat sometimes. If Mitch is on, I'm going to go to Mitch's channel. If any of the other small carnivore YouTubers are on, I'm going to go to their channel. You got Liz, Blacklock's Warning. You got, well, even the bigger YouTubers like Dave Mack, if he has a live, I'll hit his because you don't have as many people piling in there as you do in the more popular live streams. So, you know, I'm one of those people. It's like Mitch says, the contrarian, where everybody's going in one direction, Rick is going in the other. So that's why you'll find me in channels, even though I do consider Mitch's channel to be one of the bigger channels. Yeah, you know, he says it's not that big. But if you got more than 50,000 subscribers, I consider you to be one of the, you know, the influencer channels. If you're less than 50K, okay, I can accept that. If you're less than 5K, then you're in my club. You know, some of them have less than 1K. Some have less than 200. So I always try to gravitate towards the smaller channels. So if you have a smaller channel, you'll find me there a lot more. Now, Dustin's channel, it's under that 50K, so it's still one of the small channels. But he's friends with a lot of great channels. You have Two Crazy Ketos. That's a great channel right there. And I know, well, number one, they're in Florida. Number two, they got a great attitude. And number three, they're a great example of what carnivore can do. So I go in that channel. So you'll see me in these channels. But then again, I work all the time. So half the time, I don't have the time. BMAT369, good morning, Rick. Well, good morning. Yes, money, money, money. That's right. Now, again, there's nothing wrong with making money. If you provide a product or service, you are entitled to compensation. That's how free markets work. If you offer one-on-one personalized coaching, if you offer some type of product that people buy, then you deserve money. If you're out there, companies send you products to review, and you like the product and you're recommending it, you deserve a cut. That takes time. That takes your effort, which is something that is limited. So for that, that's great. But if you're charging money to be in a community, it's no longer a community. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, again, people want to do that, you can do that. I think a community should be like a church. The church has a donation box. If you want to donate to the church, you can donate, but the door is always open. You want to listen to the sermon, you walk up to the church, you go inside, and as long as you behave yourself accordingly, you don't cause any kind of disturbance, you're welcome in the church. The church may have a dress code. You may not want to go in there in shorts and flip-flops. All right? That's fine if you want to participate in the community, but there should never be a cost of admission to a community. There's cost of admission to an amusement park. There's cost of admission to a movie theater. There's cost of admission to different events. They charge you money to go to the golf course. All right, because they're providing a product or service. But a community should never be considered a product or service. That's where I draw the line. Again, you want to pay somebody to fix your car? They need money. They don't do it for free. You need to give them something. Somebody's going to do labor for you. You got to give them something. That's the way it is. But when you're bringing people together in a community, that's wrong. And that's where I draw the line, and that's why I'm not a popular person. Well, okay, Sandy Blythe says Dr. Nelson will be back next week. I'm going to send him a message just encouraging him. That's okay. I just don't like to bother people unless they, usually I let them call me. But Dr. Nelson said he was recovering slowly. Got a text from him this morning. Okay, good. I'll send him a text message. Yes, those 3 doctors are amazing. Those 3 doctors have done more for the carnivore community than anybody else. And as you know, Dr. Chafee was the first one to interview me, then Dr. Baker, and then Dr. Kiltz. Dr. Kiltz was more into the fertility thing, but he got it more into the carnivore community. He brought people in there like Alia And it's really grown from there. And I do believe out of all the communities, the Kilt's Mighty Tribe is the largest. I think compared to all the other carnivore communities, it dwarfs them. There's more of us there. Now, in terms of smaller communities, you have Carnivore Talk, Bob's community. There's not a lot of people there, but there's a lot of participation. But there's definitely carnivore communities, and there's no excuse for someone to charge money for a carnivore community. That's just, to me, that is an insult to the community. That's just what I think. All right? And that makes me very unpopular. I've had several controversies because of that. Charging somebody money to belong to a community is just wrong. But again, when it comes to the carnivore coaching and the services, I support you need to make money off of that, because if you don't make money on it, how in the world are you going to continue to do it? It's like if you have a YouTube channel. If you can monetize your YouTube channel and get some advertising money, how little it is, if it helps you out, go for it. And if you want to use your YouTube channel to sell products, go for it. That's what it's for. It's for marketing. But again, people can choose to buy it or not to buy it. If you put a condition that you have to pay me money for me to give you attention, then you are the problem. Live phone calls, speakerphone where I can hear myself is the worst. I always prefer text. Okay, that's good. And we have a good afternoon. Professor Barquet is my favorite, and Harry being my favorite citizen. Yes, and Barquet is the reason why I got to meet Jonathan. Barquet was also, I think, the second or third individual to interview me. That interview will be 4 years old before you know it. And Barquet has mentioned me many, many times. And again, Barquet admits that he's not the perfect carnivore, but he's been on the low carbohydrate lifestyle for a long time. Barquet also sells his expensive algae supplements, which I'm not opposed to. I don't have a problem with him selling his algae supplements. Am I going to use them? Of course not. But you got to remember, I'm different than the average person. Our friend Brian Nowicki has had to stop using the algae supplements because they cost too much money, but they did work for him. He does say that those supplements work. Barquet says, and it seems obvious that it improved his eyesight. But again, Harry Serpanos is a favorite citizen scientist. Yes, he is also one of the originators of the extra long live stream. I don't see him much anymore. Maybe I'm not getting recommended by YouTube. Barquet is amazing to me because he's actually a nice guy at heart. Yes, he is. I can definitely vouch for that. That's really, really amazing. Okay, and I'm so far behind in the comments, I feel like Mitch. Okay, let's go ahead and, man, this is really, really amazing. I'll catch up. I always do. We had 49 at that time. Great news, Miss Dr. Nelson. Yes, and we have plus 50, according to Rough Carnivore, who has dropped in. Good to have you here. And we have some more good mornings. How about the yolk? Hey, Pretzel Pete. All right, so we got a good morning to there. He's as real as they come. Yes. Must be talking about Barquet. Hi, Sandy. Surgery for daughter, 6/11, day after my birthday. Wow. And youngest, 7/22. They're doing great. We expect successful recoveries. Thanks for asking. Well, Juliet, I'm glad we got that information. My husband, Chad, is a carnivore. He's 190 pounds. Funny you have the name Chad. That's interesting. Hello to Brian. Peter does not really eat pretzels. He's not fat anymore. No, it's all a joke. We seem to be missing something. Okay. What are we missing? Good to hear, Juliet. Brian Airy 258. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Well, good morning. Glad that you're here. I've tried eating just the yolks. For me, eggs all makes my belly feel bloated and bubbly uncomfortable, which makes me sad. I loved eggs. Well, if eggs affect you badly, don't eat them. That's all we can say. I knew that it was good to see the look on his face when he was first called that. Okay. Dr. Nelson texted me saying, I can't wait till he's back. Rick would be better than all the current late night TV hosts. Yes, I agree with that. I do agree with that. I think that because I like interaction. I'm not trying. Late night TV, they just interact with celebrities. That's why I don't watch them. I watched Johnny Carson when I was a kid. I watched Jay Leno, but I don't watch TV. In 2010, I stopped watching TV. Now he calls himself that. It is fiction. Don't forget to like. Yes, Juliet, don't forget to like. I predict we'll hit 75 watchers today. Well, let's see. If we can reach 75, that'll be awesome. Medical system purpose for once. And something that may have cellulitis. That happened to my mom, by the way. She got bitten by something in the yard and got cellulitis. Had to go to the local ER last night for an ultrasound and unavoidable antibiotic prescription. Yeah, it does. USA and UK. I don't know. I hope I never get to that because I have no medical care. I have no access to a doctor. I live in the U.S. I live in a third world country. We don't have medical care available. And the feral grandma Wendy. Hello. Hello. I see you there. Price is right. I predict 76 viewers at once. Let's see. Let's see. If I get to that point, please let me know because it'll be sort of a milestone here. Bad you had to go, but I hope you're better. I get excited about holidays too, Julie, but I miss working. I had to stop by, say hello before the graduation. Well, I'm glad that you did. I'm glad that people drop in, even if you can't stay for long. First time I was drunk, I was 2. I got in Dad's homemade wine. I thought it was Kool-Aid. Oh, no. There you go. Rough carnivore. George Burns smoked a cigar every day. I think he smoked 10 cigars a day, didn't he? And lived to be 100. Every time you saw him, he had a cigar in his hand. I don't think that cigars are going to... Well, I mean, you could get cancer from cigars. You could get sick from them. I mean, some people are allergic to them. They can definitely harm you, but for most people, it's not an issue. The pipe, the cigar, whatever. I'm not doing it, but a lot of people do. And like Mitch says, what is worse for you? Smoking a cigar or eating a bunch of cupcakes? I think the cupcakes are probably worse. The cigar, it pollutes your lungs for a little bit. Maybe makes your throat nasty. You wash it out. You go about your day. But those cupcakes, you eat them nasty things. They fill you with seed oils and sugar. Next thing you know, your blood sugar goes up. Your arteries are being damaged. I think the cupcakes are more dangerous than the cigar. All right. And Terry Girl says, good morning, Rick and chat. Well, good morning. And speaking of up-and-coming carnivores, we have Kelly, the Missouri carnivore. Good morning, Rick. And everyone leaving Moberly, Missouri, heading towards our first stop in Lawton, Oklahoma, heading towards Mexico. Well, there you go. And you see, Kelly, despite his hip issues and other problems he takes time out of his day to help people over there in Mexico to build and refurbish their homes so they have a good place to live. Thanks to the U.S. government, they won't let us do it here in this country because the U.S. government is all about money and control. They don't want people to have a place to live. They'd rather dump them on the street and let them die of starvation because that's the way the U.S. works. It's all about image. It's all about the central bank and the funny money. All right, granddaughter, all right, okay, good morning all. I took a YouTube fast for about a week. Too many videos. Yes, Kathy, it's hard. You can't keep up with all of them. I take a YouTube fast. I just go to work, and then if I catch it, I catch it. If not, I don't worry about it. I limit my live streams to 1 day a week in the morning because I just can't. I don't have the time, and I can't keep up. How can I expect everybody else to keep up? I can't wait to see pics. Yes, he'll get some pics. I'm sure that when he has his live stream, a couple weeks, he'll have some pics or videos. They can write a prescription if they want. We're on notification. Yeah, that's right. HOA, yeah. HOA is crap. Okay. They use excuses. Well, we want to make the neighborhood nice. Well, not so much of that. Barry does a great job. Yes, we're talking about the AI thing. Can you make me a mod? Absolutely. I can do that right now. Let me up. Where'd it go? Oh, come on. This crazy thing. Ugh. Well, I seem to have... let me just redo this. I'll restart this. I'll make you a moderator right now. If I can... Oh, wait a minute. It looks like Dan is having a live stream at the same time as me, which... Let me see here. With Christy. Okay. Yeah, I guess she has it later. Started streaming 41 minutes ago. Okay, so it started with mine. I think she had mentioned that she's going to have a live stream. How many people does she have? She only has 4. You can feel free to check out her live stream during mine because mine is basically just answering comments, or you could watch the replay. But we like Christy. We don't want to interfere with her live stream. A lot of times Dan will put his an hour behind mine, and then that way we can catch it. And by the way, next week, guess who will be on Dan's Lion Danivore podcast? It'll be me, the Quack. So you can see that's in there. But let me see if I can let me go back. Come on, Rick. What are you doing? You can always see me playing around with my YouTube and OBS. There we go. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and bring the chat back up. Let me see if I can get Jonathan as a moderator, because of everybody I know. Let me go this here. Where did Jonathan go? Come on, Jonathan. I know you're here. All right. Okay. Did I run out of... Okay. Where is the comment? It's not there. All right. We got so many comments, I can't keep up with it. That's a good thing. Anyway, the next time that Jonathan puts up a comment, I will definitely make you moderator so you can put the links in there, and that'll be great. All right, let me get back to these comments before they run away with me. Are you smoking that cigar this morning? Okay. And we have a good afternoon. Grandson was supposed to be last night. Open stadium, chance of a storm, made plan B. Okay, so they had to move the graduation. There we go. It rained on my grandson's last night. I wonder if the kittens wandered off under the fence. Maybe the neighbors have them. I got to find out, but I blocked that fence off. I have several metal panels that should have blocked it off, but once I finish the live stream, I'm going to go over there and see what's going on. My neighbors don't get up that early on Saturday. They usually work during the week, so they sleep late. I don't think they start stirring until 10 o'clock. Me, I'm always up before 7. Good morning, Rick and all the carnivores. Well, Larry Ryan, good morning. Glad that you are here, and we have some good mornings there. Interesting facts about cats' eating habits. WQAK, the original Quack Radio. I am definitely a quack. I worship the quackery, yes. I don't try to hide it. I admit I am a quack. Let me tell you, I am a 100% total quack. So let me go ahead and do this and this. And we have from Annabella, the Happy Carnivore. Hi, Rick and Milton. Well, hello. I'm glad that Milton is not bothering me right now, but he will return. Less than 200 subs club here. Well, there you go. See? That's where you go. 63 watching at that time. The Vulture Diet by Rick. Yes, I am not a lion. I am a vulture. Venetian Cat says, Rick, totally agree about the big channels. Yours is my favorite because of the communication. That's the difference. I interact with everyone. No discrimination here. You don't have to pay. I don't ask for money ever. That's one of my faults. I have the habit of doing things for less money than I should and for always giving people stuff away when I can. I have a handful of people who show up occasionally. Okay. And Linda Flanagan says, hello, Rick and everyone. And we have a hello to Larry and some more hellos going on here. And Rick will catch up. It's only a matter of time. You know me. I don't give up. We as a species invented so many ideas like fasting and exercise. 90% of our existence, Homo sapiens, we didn't incorporate those ideas. Yet we survived and thrived. Yes, I agree with that. Cannot do the carnivore diet. It's too expensive. I need to do the vulture diet. There you are. Sunny but some patchy clouds. Rick, as a scientist, your dumpster escapades are an interesting experiment that we humans are born with the proper equipment to assess if food is fit to eat. Most of the time, sense of smell, yes. The problem comes when you start with processed so-called foods, and they lay around, they get mold and mildew, and you don't know about it. That's where the problem comes. But when it comes to meat, when it comes to regular fruits and vegetables that you can pick, then you can definitely tell the difference. And again, I'm not against fruits and vegetables. I will eat fermented cabbage from time to time, although I haven't had any in a few weeks, but I may do it. I found that it adds to my diet. And I do agree a little bit with the up-and-coming celebrity, Sean O'Mara, who seems to be about the money as well. When he first popped up on YouTube, he interacted more. Now, I think he's more interested in selling a service. But once these people get together, it's like Nick Norwitz. I used to watch him a lot. He doesn't interact anymore. He has a lot of subscribers. He's gotten with different people. He got his degrees. So now he's on the In Club. And even people that are not really that great, like Max German, he starts out as the friendly guy, and now he's sort of out of touch. So it happens to all of them. But it doesn't happen on Rick's channel because as the original, and I mean the original carnivore, I am still at it. I'm not going to quit the carnivore diet anytime soon. When I quit the carnivore diet, it's because I'm dead, basically. So why would I quit a diet that I enjoy? It doesn't make sense. 66 now, heading to 73 today, spring in Chicago. Oh, good temperatures. It's always in the 80s or 90s here. I'm switching to photosynthesis due to food pricing. I do anticipate the government coming with a solar tax, so there you go. And BMats369, you and Mitch are the only carnivore YouTubers I watch on a regular basis. Well, you have good taste in carnivore channels. The thing about Mitch does an everyday live stream. Every single weekday, he's there. I can't do that. I'm too busy. I'm not retired. And even if I was retired, I probably couldn't do it anyway. How Mitch does it at almost 80 is a testament to the carnivore diet, despite having a stroke and still not giving up. I remember when he had the stroke and he was out of it. Remember, I started this when Mitch was still doing a Saturday morning live stream. And then me and our friend Erin, she started doing live streams. We filled in when Mitch was out of it. But like I told everyone, in a month, Mitch will return in a limited way to YouTube. And he did. And then he started adding days. And then he got a little overwhelmed. Then he cut back. But I think now he's found the balance. Mitch is always willing to increase or decrease the participation based on what's happening. And that's great. If true, you have this tick issue. Yeah, it's protein. It's some type of Lone Star tick. And some people, it's not everybody, they get bitten by the tick. It causes an immune response. And then there's a sugar called alpha-gal that's found in meat. It causes an allergy. You can't eat beef for a period of time. Although it doesn't seem to affect everybody. It might be a genetic thing. Again, not a doctor, not a researcher. I don't know, but that's what I've heard. And Bacon Runner says, hi, Rick and other friends. Well, hello. Okay, let's see. Let's go back here. Oh, wow. Where in the world? How do these comments keep coming up? I will never catch up sometimes. All right, let me go back over here. We have a hello to Jonathan. And let's see. Oh, here we go. Let me put Jonathan. I see he popped up over here. Let me go to the other. We're a little bit primitive here. So we will go to add as moderator. There we go. So Jonathan, and we're going to make Jonathan the, we'll make him managing moderator. There we go. Give him the good stuff. All right. So Jonathan is the very first official moderator of the Rick QUACK channel. Let's see. Look who finally made it here. Good morning, Charger Mopar. Well, retired Rick. Good to see you again. I don't, for some reason, YouTube doesn't recommend your hump day to me, but then again, I'm probably working or busy or who knows what. But I'm glad that you are here, and I am glad that you have found the home of the quack, because that's me. I'm the original carnivore quack. And we have a good morning to Sandy from Bacon Runner. And we have some more good mornings going on here. Looks like it's storming over there. Okay. And we have a good morning. Harry gets timeouts regularly. Okay. The vulture diet seems fun. Yes, it is. I'm the vulture lifestyle, basically. Which I'd rather be a vulture than a lion, because if you think about it, a lion, they have a much more difficult time. And when they run out of food, it's hard to go somewhere else. A vulture just kind of flies around looking for something that's ready to eat. They get too much competition, they just fly to another place. And Lamb says, morning, Rick and Quackery. Well, good morning. Glad that you're here. And usually you're one of the first in Mitch's live stream. So let's see. Retired Rick, nice garden. Oh, I didn't see your garden. Carnivore Karen P. Hey, Rick and Carnivore friends. Well, hey, glad that you're here. Good to see you again. Missing the phone. All right. And Bacon Runner. Good morning. All right, Donna Ray, I made your live last night finally. There you go. 68 watching, according to Juliet. That's probably a while ago. Are you missing the spud? Well, there you go. Rick invented the vulture diet. I invented the vulture lifestyle. Good afternoon, Bacon Runner. Thanks for coming in, retired Rick. Black Bonnie Line TV. Mine says 69. All right. Great year for a car. 70 now. We're climbing. There we go. I play puppy TV on YouTube to my pup. I didn't know they had a puppy TV. Bart is a very nice guy. Man, he will not see past his YouTube persona. People who troll hard can often care the more. So it depends on why they troll and who. Critical thinking and empathy at play. Yeah, that's a good point. And Corgi Lover, good morning, Rick. Good morning. Glad that you are here. And speaking of celebrities, there's Aaron. Good morning, everyone. I never know how many viewers I get during my lives, but they are my most popular in views. I think you use that overlay. You do yours from a cell phone, don't you? You use that, I forget what it's called, where you can see the comments. I don't remember the name of it, but it's always there. Prism Live or something like that. So we have a bacon runner. Good afternoon. Good morning. 2 sniffs of tobacco, relaxing for me, then gives me palpitations. Interesting to know. Hello to Sandy. We have a hello to Aaron. Thunderstorming. Oh, you're getting rain. Cigarette is just pure toxin. Yes, it is. Good morning, Aaron. Whoever thought that burning plant material and breathing it deep in your lungs would be a good thing? Now, do I get a lot of burning plant material? When I barbecue, I get a lot of it. In fact, I probably get more plant material exposure when I have my barbecue than when I get around the cigar smokers, because I'm outside in the open, and yet when I come home, my clothes smell like I've been in a forest fire. So I can only imagine how much toxic material I've gotten from all the wood that I've burned to have a barbecue. But it doesn't seem to bother me, so maybe we're designed to handle a little bit of that. Hello, sweet Annabella. I'll tell you one thing, the smell of the meat does make up for it. I have insurance, so I predict the year bill will be $7,000. Kind of a freak thing to happen. Anyone was disappointed. It's been there 3.5 years with no docs. Well, it's been 30 years for me without a doctor. And so far I've been okay, but, you know, again, I've been carnivore for such a long time. My immune system's probably well trained for those things. I get stuck by poisonous plants and bitten by insects and all kinds of other stuff, and nothing really happens. I've had wipeouts on the bicycle. You know, I've stepped on rusty nails. I'm still here, but everybody's different. I'm blessed. Thank you. Yes. Good morning to Aaron from Brian Dish. And Aaron says good morning. So we got a lot of mornings. And here's another one. Good morning, Rick. Lance, North Dakota Carnivore. You usually have one at 11. So that's what? A couple hours you have a live stream. But if you can't catch his today, he's got another one on Sunday. So you catch him then. And I try to say hi whenever I can, even when I'm having a live stream. So we got a lot of good mornings here. So we're going to go through these. I do go through every single comment. It's just one of my flaws on my channel. I can't not say hello, but I try not to address when everyone's saying hello to everybody. And Edward Renner, 1296, good morning, everybody from San Diego. Well, good morning. And we have here, what I find is that if I address all the comments, then as the show goes on, the comments slow down, and then I can talk more about news and events, and I never run behind. I give snuff, wigs I don't use anymore, away. So selling really helps people who need, cannot afford. Okay, give stuff, wigs I don't use. Well, there you go. I give away stuff too. People are always having me haul off stuff. I got stuff piled everywhere, and someone says, oh, I need this. I had a friend that needed a vacuum cleaner. So I said, you need a vacuum cleaner? Come to my storage room. I had like 20 of the things. Pick the one you want. So I gave him 5 of them. That way I said, if they don't work anymore, put them in the garbage can or throw it in the back of my truck, and I will strip it and scrap it. Most of my friends know that they want to get rid of something that's metal, throw it in the back of my truck, and I'll break it up into scrap, and I'll have my friends scrap some of it. The copper I usually melt myself, and the aluminum, but it depends. I think talking about this diet is even a disadvantage. The parasites won't like you. That is very true. The parasites, they want people eating duck food and waddling around and quacking. That's what they want. So we have a hey to Annabella. 71, not bad. All right. We're getting there. We're getting there. Maybe we'll reach 100 one day. Let's see. Coffee is ready. Please say hello to Rebecca, my wife, watching with me today. Well, there you go. I don't know what happened to people. If Dr. Chafee said one day I'm eating blueberries, Dr. Chafee is never going to say that, because I know he's like Rick in a way. Just imagine if Rick was very attractive and muscular and successful and wealthy. That'd be Dr. Chafee. I can't imagine him settling for berries. You'd be more likely to see Dr. Baker eating berries. But Dr. Baker's already experimented with fruit, and it didn't work for him. I think those two are not going to change no matter what. Basically, I'd say Baker and Chafee are the least likely. I'm sure Baker is the least likely because he loves a steak. Baker is going to die of a heart attack long before he ever switches, and he's going to be the strongest person in the cemetery when he drops dead, probably working out at 90-something. He'll probably live to 90-something, I would say. The way he's going, he's doing really well. They do say the more muscle mass you have, the longer you live. And since he's not using steroids, he probably will live. I'd say he'll live. I predict that Dr. Baker will live to 95 or 96, which is about how long I'll live. I just won't look as good as he does, but I'll live. I mean, you got Warren Buffett. That guy never did a lick of exercise in his life, and he's junk food, and he's approaching 100. You don't have to be a carnivore influencer exercising all the time, live a long time. It's a matter of how do you want to live. Do you want to be sedentary and have everybody do stuff for you? Well, if you got money like Buffett does, sure, you could do that. Or would you rather be like Baker, who's always moving around? And people look to him. I look to him as a great example of carnivore. That's just me. It is only 51 degrees in Central Virginia. It's been raining. Well, lucky you, because it's always hot here. My poor air conditioning. I'll be good. I know you will. You're my carnivore bodybuilder friend. I'm usually out of town and miss your Saturday lives, but today I'm staying home, and there you go. Glad that you're here. I had a cigar when I was about 12 in Mexico. It made me very sick. The thought of them now doesn't suit me. Well, that's good. Maybe they should give kids cigars when they're younger. That way they're less likely to smoke, which is a good thing. But then again, they may not smoke tobacco. They may smoke other plant material, which seems to help a lot of people. Flying takes a lot of energy, though. Yeah, especially when you're flapping your wings, and you're... I'm just joking. It's silly. Yeah, it does. I hate sitting on an aircraft. I hate sitting, period. When I sit, I don't like to sit in a seat when I sit for a long time. Can you imagine if they had Rick's Airlines? Oh boy, that would be something else. It would be like 1960s without the smoke. So you'd have the lounge, you'd have like they show in the jet. What is it? Pan Am, they made a promotional video. That would be flying. And because Rick doesn't travel much, it would be a special occasion. And what would be served in Rick's airline. Of course, you'd have steak, but you'd also have seafood, duck. Yes, got to have duck. And for the captain's special, the iguana. What other airline would have iguana? I might even paint the aircraft to look like ducks. Keeps me busy most days. There we go. We have a hello to Jonathan. No wonder Vultures just hangs around and observes, doesn't waste energy. Yeah, and we're up to 74 at this point. We're close to that goal. Harry Serpanos has a poorly father. He's doing his best to care for him. He still provides value to the community line. Well, there you go. Hi, Rick and everybody from Carnivore Dan. Awesome. Beautiful day in paradise, in hot paradise. Okay, I don't remember where you're from. Let's see. Okay. I'm sure you'll tell us where you're from, but good to see you again. Hello to Bacon Runner, and good morning, Retired Rick. With the price of beef being buying chicken thighs, bought real lard and made heart attack chicken instead of barbecue. I didn't know what I was missing. You see, heart attack chicken, it's addictive. I'll tell you, once you've had it, it's easy to cook. It's simple. And the crunchy skin, if you're one of those people that likes potato chips, you won't even want to touch the nasty things anymore because you're going to go for the heart attack chicken. It's delicious. I'm telling you, heart attack chicken is dangerous. All right. So I have a hello. YouTube carnivore influencers trying to grow their channel. are incentivized to do many things that run counter to fostering community. I value small channels. Yes, I value small channels. Boy. Who bucked this? Thanks, Rick, being you. Well, Rice Biscuit, I appreciate that. I'm just me. I've been cooking a lot of chicken, yes. And you know, like I said, if you're going to be, let's see. I wish you would do a Sunday morning live also where I drink my black coffee. Well, not this Sunday, but next Sunday, I will be with our friend Dan, Lions Danivore, which I don't know, I haven't seen him yet, but he does pop in here, so that'll be your chance on Sunday. But it's usually Sunday, I'm running around trying to get work done. I do work on Sunday most of the time, so I work a lot more than people think. Okay. Jonathan says, if we look at long-term carnivores, most of them don't include deliberate fasting. Just eat sardines, don't follow lion diet. Nope. Do include dairy, yes. Most don't track intakes. Success leaves clues. I don't care. I don't know how many calories I eat. The last time I tried to track it, I think it was over 6,000 calories a day that I was eating because of all the fatty meat. You got to remember, when beef was cheap, I was eating a heart attack burger at one time daily, and then I switched to 3 or 4 times a week. Usually it was like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday I'd have a heart attack burger. Not too many people can eat 2 pounds of beef, ground beef, a pound of bacon, 4 ounces of cheese or more. I think I've had as much as 8 ounces of cheese. And buns made from pork rinds, eggs, and cheese. That is massive burger. I would eat that beast and go right back to working. In fact, one day I was working with my friend of mine that did fences. So we were working on this fence. I came home, had a heart attack burger, went back 2 hours later, because I like to take at least an hour, sometimes 2 hours for lunch, but then I work later. It's kind of like a tropical thing. The Latin American countries usually have a siesta where they take a couple of hours to lay around. Well, I take a couple hours to cook and eat. Sometimes I'll eat on the engine, and back then I'd have a half a heart attack, which would basically be 2 patties and some bacon and cheese, and that would be it, no buns. But it all depends. But yeah, that was, and I would eat, typically even to this day, I eat 4 to 6 pounds of meat per day, and I only eat about 2 pounds of beef per week now, and that's ground beef. Although I did have the dumpster steak, and that was probably a pound. It was a nice steak. I don't know why they threw it in the dumpster. It did smell a little, you know how when the meat just starts to go bad? But the thing is, when you cook it, you can tell. When you cook the meat, if it smells worse, then you know the meat is no good and it's going to go to the ducks. But it actually smelled good when it was cooking. So it was just starting to get damaged by the bacteria. I think it was frozen when they threw it out, and then it had sat there all day in the dumpster with the garbage juice dripping all over it. The garbage juice may have worked its way into the plastic package, but it was a sealed package. So, but again, I'm not afraid to hit the dumpster. I'll get in there with a stick and dig around. If I see some meat in the dumpster, I'm grabbing it. And that's it. All right, let me go back over here. But Jonathan is absolutely correct, as he is. Wow, that's great. 71, yes. Slow healing is still a success on carnivore. Heating is, yeah, it's always, exactly. And you can still get sick. You can still get a flu, infections, whatever on the carnivore diet. That's why we need to have doctors and hospitals and all that. But carnivore diet doesn't fix everything. Donald Trump is eating duck food and aspirin too. Well, Donald Trump is a nitwit, so it doesn't surprise me. I cannot stand listening to that man, the way he talks. He talks down to everybody. He acts like he's really smart, but he's an idiot. My dad used to call him the fish because he talk like this with you. So he always called him the fish. I never liked Donald Trump. I don't like that man. But again, oh, that Rick, he must be some kind of liberal. No, I just don't like Donald Trump. I don't care. Of course, I don't like any politician. These people are only there to take from us. They're not going to help you. Any help that you get from them is going to be at least half of what you put into feeding them. All the politicians should be taken and thrown to the ducks. That's what you need to do. If I had my way, this is just me, and I know that the system doesn't care because I have no power to do anything, I would round up all the central bankers, all the politicians, all the financiers, all the parasites of the world, and I would send them to work physical labor. You know what, guys? You got to learn a trade. You want to learn welding? You want to learn how to work on a farm? You want to learn gardening? Hey, you want to learn how to paint? We're going to learn. You could learn you could learn art. I can teach you how to work with glass, how to whatever. You're going to have to do something. You're not going to be able to sit in front of a computer, manipulate numbers, drive up inflation, and steal from us anymore. You're done. And if you don't want to do that, then you're not going to eat. You're going to live on the street like the homeless people that you put there with your ridiculous central bank fiat currency crap, and you're going to have to survive under the bridge. And let's see how you do. I'm not going to tell them you should get rid of them, eliminate them, execute them. No. Put them in the position they put all the other people. And you know what I'd do? I'd send them to a trailer park. This is where you're going to live. And then have some developer say, oh, guess what? We're kicking you all out. See how you like it. See how you like being a victim of private equity. Yeah. Oh, you have a job. You're going to be working in the factory. Oh, guess what? We're sending the factory to China. You're out of work. Now you got to stand in the unemployment line. Oh, have fun. Enjoy the system that you created. That's my way of doing it. But it'll never happen because the system is corrupt and it will never get better. Unless we have divine intervention, the system will continue to fail. That's the way it is. Just poured my second cup. Okay. Let's see. Good morning, Lance. Oh, okay. Good to see you here. Yeah, we got all the hellos. That's a great thing. We all know who's who. I know a few people that eat the sad diet and are in their 90s. Yes, it happens. What they look like may not be that great, but yeah. I lived to 91. There we go. She would go and walk to visit the old people at the nursing home. She was older than them. She had a young spirit. And there's been some videos on that too, which I think are kind of interesting. Fasting exercise can be transformative in healing our children's health. But you see, Jonathan was talking about the long-term carnivores, and there's not many of us out there. But yes, my Nanny Clark is 94, eats small amounts, doesn't smoke or drink, but has the occasional cake. Yeah, and she's 94. You don't have to be on the carnivore diet to live a long time. Seat belted on a bean bag at Rick's airline. There you go. Yeah, that would be it. Chewing tobacco when I was young. I kept bugging him to try it. It really got sick. Yes, that stuff's nasty. That is totally nasty. Okay, so let's see over here. Let me get. I'm catching up because I'm seeing the comments are definitely more current. New York Dan, yes. Dogma is typically what leads a population astray. Yes, populace. I would totally fly Duck or Quack as airlines. There you go. Well, you'd have plenty of room. The seats won't be crammed in there. And you'll have a lounge where you can go there. I'll have it like a steak lounge or heart attack chicken lounge. Your flight will include an on-flight buffet, so you'll never have to starve. And you're going to enjoy it. Oh, and you'll get free internet, too. You can stream from the airplane. It won't be the cheapest airline in the world, but it won't be the most expensive either. Carnivore Dan, I'm with Karen in Zellwood, Florida. About 5 hours from you. Another Floridian. Well, good. Us Floridians, we need to have our own little carnivore group so we can get together on a regular basis. We are making same point. Okay. Yeah, we both understand N of 1 has the most value. That's correct. I knew your Honda Mower would start. They always do. Well, it did when I got the water out of it. I don't recommend my approach to anyone. That's correct, Jonathan. I've been eating heart attack chicken 3 days straight with kefir milk and dried fish. Smaller anchovies seems to trigger histamine for me, but sausages don't. Kiltsy Live Sunday at 10 a.m. See you there, Rick. Yes, Mitch. And I do drop in at 10 a.m. Glad that you reminded me about that. But yes, I always go there. And Kilts hasn't thrown me out yet, so I guess I'm still welcome. See you there, Mitch. Yes. And maybe some other people should join in. I'll drop out if we run out of room because everybody knows who I am, at least everybody that is anybody. The people that don't know me yet, there's something to learn. That's quite a lot of meat. That's what I normally eat. I'm a big eater. And the funny thing is I never get hungry. And I have no self-control when it comes to meat. And I'm going to tell you what happened to me last night. A friend of mine gave me a deer shoulder, which I cooked up. That thing had to be over 3 pounds. I ate the whole thing. And I woke up last night. Well, we'll talk about that once I hit the comments. Old Guy Carnivore, good morning to Mitch. And Mitch has been here since the beginning. So we have Peter. Yeah, he's responding to Peter. There we go. And yeah, and Peter, you see, Peter has seen me. I've seen Rick eat 3 pounds of meat while we're together at the Brazilian Steakhouse in Melbourne. He eats his meat with his hands like a caveman. And he's exactly right. Peter's exactly right. And I can eat a lot of meat. A lot of meat. Morning, Mitch. Dumpster meat. Yes, I love dumpster meat. I'll be starting work at 9:30. Be watching as far as I can. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you take your time to watch, but work is very important. That's what our lives are basically here. Crispy, yes, dangerously addictive. See, silly people have to supplement these days because of the price with chicken and so on. There you go. You don't have to eat only beef. I hate the term lion diet because I think it's BS. Lions eat pigs. You ever heard of a warthog? Lions eat pigs. So a lion will eat a bird. A lion will eat a mouse. It'll eat anything. Remember, cats cannot fast for long periods of time. If a lion can't get a large ruminant animal, it's going to have to eat what it can find. It may even have to eat something from the side of the water and hope it doesn't get attacked by a crocodile. I wouldn't be surprised if a lion could eat a lizard. House cats eat lizards. Rick loves to score meat from the dumpster behind his local grocery. Yes, Presidente, Fresco y Mas, Aldi. All depends on where I'm going. I love hitting the dumpster. I don't do it as much as I used to, but once I get my truck running, I'll be the dumpster man again. Watch out. When I got my truck running, I drive everywhere. I go down to Homestead, up to Broward. I drive all over the place. You know how far I go on the bicycle? I'll spend an hour on the bike. I'll spend an hour in the truck. An hour in the truck takes me a lot of places. Makes you wonder why I put so much mileage on that thing. They throw perfectly good meat if it's expired. So Rick decides if it's okay for human consumption or at least for his kitties. Yes, that's the plan. Working 9:30 to 8 today. It's going to be super crazy busy. Yeah, Memorial Day big sale. That's right. And hopefully Peter will make good commission because money is a good thing. And here's another one of our carnivore celebrity friends, rockin' Coach Amy. Hi, Rick and friends. Well, hello, Amy. Glad you're here. So much waste. I love seeing it go into good use. And I am the master. I generate almost zero trash. The amount of trash that I generate in a year fills a 5-gallon bucket. It's really incredible. No yard waste, no food waste. I am the ultimate no trash. And even the waste that I produce, along with pet waste, is put into a container in the backyard and turned into methane that I cook my food on. I am the ultimate when it comes to zero waste. In fact, my yard is actually negative waste because I take other people's waste and I break it down into scrap metal, which goes to the scrap yard, break it down into wood, which I can burn for energy, and plant material, which I can compost. So my yard is actually negative waste. Dade County has one of the worst amounts of waste that's generated. If everybody was like me, the landfill would start to decrease in size. Try my best to avoid politics. I used to follow closely, but it just made me mad and upset, so I watch sports and carnivore channels. Well, there you go. Intuitive eating and managing stress, including hermetic, serve me. Others clearly need to control macros and focus on lifestyles. Yeah, not everybody has to do that. Rick doesn't let any good meat go to waste. If he finds good duck food, he'll feed that to the ducks. That's correct. So we had 72, almost there. And Jonathan has put the link for Rick and Bart's interview from 3 years ago. If you ever decide to check that out, it is quite interesting. And it was taken over there by the bookcase. That was the only interview I think I ever did in my home library. Don't be shy, Rick. Tell us how you really feel. I always do. All about poetic justice for the politicians. But then there's karma. Sometimes we get to see it. Yeah. All right. And again, I'm not saying to get the guillotine out. I reserve that for the ducks. I don't think that these crooks deserve a quick end. I think they deserve to live the experience that they've created for other people. That would be the ultimate justice. And then that gives them a chance. Maybe they want to repent. Maybe they want to go to God and say, look, I feel bad for what I did. Or if they don't believe in God, maybe they'll just say, I feel bad for what I did. And they may change. I don't think that all the parasites are bad people. I think they've been pulled into a system that they think is right. And they don't realize there's a whole other world out there. They are so out of touch. They have no idea. Most of these people, they make stupid rules and regulations because they don't know how the real world works. They're lost. They're clueless. This is the problem. Yeah, amazing recovery, Jonathan. Much respect. I'm recovering from lateral epicondylis, whatever that is. I have a lot to learn at this point. Litis. Epicondylitis. A lot to learn at this point on what to do and when. There you go. And that's, yes, we always called ourselves the elite. There's not many. Kiltz and I will meet in about 3 weeks at the meetup. I'll try and get him to hit a muscle pose. You should, because, I mean, I've seen Dr. Kiltz. He's a little guy, but he's got good definition. I have a feeling that he is a lot more ripped than anybody really understood. Definitely got lower body fat than I do. Of course, he doesn't eat as much as I do. I eat a lot. I love to eat. Eating is one of those things. And again, I hit that deer shoulder last night. I ate over 3 pounds of it. I woke up at 3:30 in the morning sweating like I was running a marathon. It was terrible. And I had the air conditioner on 68. I had to sit up with basically up against the wall. And it took me about 20 minutes to finally cool down and go back to sleep. I might drop in tomorrow morning. Good. 10 o'clock, Kiltz's live stream. People can eat so much meat. It's probably genetics. Well, I don't know. I can eat a lot of meat. Have you ever refused a request for an interview? No, I never have. I've never refused a request for an interview. So that means if you haven't seen me interviewed on a channel, they haven't asked. Hi, Mitch. Get a photo of Kiltz throwing a spear like a gladiator. There you go. Work is a bad word to us retired old guys. Well, not necessarily. And just because you're old doesn't mean you don't work. I left to watch the kitty video. I shouldn't have. Well, that's okay. We're going to solve the kitty mystery, I hope, soon. 2 missing kittens, yes. That's right. 32 years, net negative for me. Good morning, all. Listening in at work. Well, Sherry Lynn, glad that you're listening in. Good morning, Rick, Milton, Miss Kitty, Kittens, and y'all quackers from Tammy. Well, good morning. Glad to see you back again. I have 2/3 a bag of trash every 10 days I take to the dump. There you go. Rick should keep the orange one. Yeah, I'm thinking about keeping, I'll call him Garfield. Be like Garfield Part 2. That cat is the most lively of the bunch. He's like the orange version of Milton. So hopefully soon they'll eat solid food. Once they start eating solid food, I'm going to think about getting Miss Kitty fixed. And I would like to transfer them to being house cats, but considering the size of Milton and how quick he is, that could be a bad idea. So, but let's see if they can hold up. Usually those orange cats, they're pretty tough. I love them. Big old monster kitty. So we have a hello to Amy. I guess you must be on your way to work. Do what you love. You never work. Yeah. Try working for someone else for a minute and reevaluate that. Exactly. Exactly. Yep. Thanks for the kind words. A bright biscuit. Kind of recovery in a state of regression. Okay. I love my job. It was dealing state workers that got to me. Okay. I wanted to say hi from Wisconsin. I'm listening while I go about my day. I'm a listener, not a chatter. It's like having a familiar friend in the room. Have a great day, carnivore friends. Well, I guess you're another one from Wisconsin. Yeah. Sue Smoky Bear Lover. Again, a lot of great carnivores in Wisconsin. That's one place that I'd like to visit. I would be proud of my physique at Kiltz's age if I look like him. Yes. And I'm sure most people would. And again, I've met him in person. He looks exactly like you would expect. He is not fat anywhere. And it's ironic because he talks about fat not being pathogenic, and yet I think I have a higher body fat percentage than he does. So, but again, comes with a lifestyle. When you've been carnivore 15 years, that's kind of what happens. Now, I'm the exception to the rule because if you look at my face, you can see I have about 14% body fat. I got some vascularity, not a lot. I don't want to be single-digit body fat. I don't think for me that would even be healthy. I work outside. I get knocked around a lot. I'm always working around. I have a lot of issues. Let's put it that way. Rusty metal and junk. And I think if my skin was that thin, body fat was that low, I'd be injured all the time. So I like the 14%. What I'd like to do is add some muscle mass. That would tend to lower the body fat percentage. I don't want to lose any body fat whatsoever. In fact, I wouldn't mind gaining a little bit more if I could just add some muscle size, and that would balance it out. But I think 12 to 14% is ideal for men in their 50s, and because you do lose body fat in your skin as you get older, and that makes you look older. And I think one of the reasons I don't look 58, which I'll be in a couple of weeks, is because I have a higher body fat percentage in my skin, which I think is good. Still painful for me to walk, but I can do more than before carnivore. Yes. Hope you're doing a little bit better. From Jonathan. Comment of the day. I missed a bunch of comments here. Jonathan, not feeling well. I saw your video. Okay. Here's a question. Is Kilts Eastern or Central time? Oh, retired Rick, it's Eastern time at 10 o'clock. And there he is, Dan. Hope all is well. Yes, I see you were having a live with Christy. Sadly, it was at the same time as mine, but that's okay. Oh, no. 2 missing kittens? Yes, I have 2 missing kittens. I went to the Devon County show. I would have to drag Rick out kicking and screaming for the vintage farm equipment. 58, mostly tractors. I counted also several different steam engines. I always liked those steam engine and tractor meets. We used to have one down at Homestead. The problem is the place where they used to have it is now full of apartment buildings like everything else here. CAFO for humans. As you know, I hate apartments. I do not like apartment buildings. I wish that they just didn't exist. I don't see the need for them. But if you're going to build apartments, build them in the city where you have density. Don't build them in the country. That is 10 Eastern. Yes, it is. We are both thrashed today. Joe and I had to postpone our video date. Okay. There is no theory of evolution. Just a list of animals my man Rick allows to live. There you go. All those big ginger cats. So, yeah, I love my orange kitties. They're the best. Love them. I'm praying for you, Jonathan. There we go. All right, so let's see. We're getting there. Death once had an ear Rick Charger Mopar experience. There you go. Please do enable. Rick is king. Well, there you go. And I got the shirt for it that you sent me, which I will wear when we have our interview. So, and how do I keep missing these comments? Persevering in the face of such struggle to me is a level of success. I look to the gospel for such tests. Your courage, your experience and courage is helping others. I trust your journey and not in vain. Okay, excellent. I've been very unwell. I've had to get the ambulance twice. I'm praying to my God for my healing and seeing specialists soon. I need to make a video to update everyone. And Jonathan has brought up a thing here. 70 live, 36 likes. Let's get those likes up. Very important. The more likes we get, the more viewers we can get. Yep. Hello to Dan. And thanks and good morning to you. And there we go. Yeah, we got a graph here going up and a couple of thumbs up. Yes, we got to get those likes up there. Continue prayer, sweetheart. Yes. I've been working so hard, packing. You know, that might be part of it too, because all the stress and having to move, that may make it worse. When is Milton excited? I don't know. He's not hungry yet. I gave him a big piece of meat this morning, but I'm sure he'll pop up. If I wanted to, all I have to do is open the door to my room, look at him, and he'll come running in here and try to bite my arm off, because that's what Milton is good at. Now, let me see if I've missed any comments. I think I've actually caught up. Let's see. Up. Did I miss one? Retired Rick. I love Donald Trump. MAGA. Well, you can love Donald Trump. I can't stand him. He makes me sick. That's just me. And he's full of it. He lies all the time, makes promises he'll never keep. It's all about image, but that's just me. You have the right to like anyone that you think. I don't know the guy anyway. I'll never get to meet him, so I don't like the way he talks. I don't like being talked down to. If you're going to tell me something, tell me straight. Be like Rick. If you talk like me, I'm going to respect you 100%, no matter what you say. All right. And Dad says, when Rick was in middle school, his English teacher cited essay, What is Courage? He received an A+ for turning in a blank page with only his name at the top. Yeah, that's true. That's it. Courage was me spiking the popcorn machine with cannabis oil. That was another thing I did in junior high. Not the smartest thing in the world, but it was a lot of fun. Love your way into Jonathan too. Yes. Thought I lost my daughter's blooming cherry trees, but they agreed coming back. I did not have to cut them down. Prune off the head limbs later. Yeah, that's good. I don't know. They run out of water or something, but yeah. All right. Walks with weight will help with stress. It can, or it can make you more stressful when you can't get there in time. It's not just you, Rick. Donald Trump is no good. Well, I wouldn't say that. I don't know if he's no good, but this is just basically, I say that politics is show business for ugly people, and they don't care who the puppets are as long as they do the work of the central bankers. And the central bankers, most notably Federal Reserve, their goal is very simple: get everybody in debt so they can extract. A central banker or a financier is all about extraction. I replace it with the word parasite. Parasites take more than they give, and generally they give you nothing but misery. Eliminating the parasites or converting the parasites into productive individuals builds everything back, and that's what it is. Okay. Yep. Cannabis popcorn. Yes, I called it potcorn. Potcorn. It's not popcorn, it's potcorn. They used to have a popcorn machine they would roll out in some of the classes, and we had like a little sort of fair. We had like, I guess it was a craft fair or whatever. So they put the popcorn machine in there. So I figured, as a gardener, as a kid, I used to grow cannabis because there was a lot of, they used to tell us in school, again, the contrarian, it's evil. It's the evil weed. It's going to take your life away. And then you see it growing over there at the high school under the bleachers, and you go, looks like a stupid plant. It looks like ragweed. How is this thing going to hurt me? So you figure out how to grow it. You figure out how to get the flowers and turn it into something, that you can put in coconut oil. You cook it in the coconut oil, and then you filter it out through a coffee filter, and you take it over to the school, and they have the popcorn machine, and they have the little oil container. So you simply go in the garbage after the last popcorn, and basically you just take that container and you fill it up with your cannabis coconut oil mix, and then you swap out the other container, which you can take home thanks to having a backpack, stuff it in there, and do it again. Well, let's just say that Popcorn Day turned out to be very popular, and my science teacher, Mrs. Parcell, who was very mean, turned out to be really nice. She would always run to the teacher's lounge to smoke her cigarette. But that day, and that's another thing I did, by the way. The teacher's lounge where they smoked their cigarettes, they always had cigarettes laying around. Believe it or not, there was a cigarette machine in the teacher's lounge. Well, somebody, and I wouldn't say exactly who it is, figured out how to pick the lock, got into the teacher's lounge, and swapped out some of the cigarettes for, let's just say, enhanced cigarettes. So they ended up smoking cannabis-laced cigarettes in the teacher's lounge, which was funny because when I went to drama class, which was across from the teacher's lounge, I could smell the cannabis being smoked in the teacher's lounge, and nobody noticed it. I'm sure that all the kids that had an exam that day, they had a good time because the teachers, let's just say that they were well-baked. All right, anyway. Okay, Let me go back over here. Hormetic stress, like exercise, can be helpful or harmful. It's all case dependent. Yes. And BK says, hi, Rick, Miss Kitty, and the Kitties. Saturday Quack Team. Yes, they are. Pull up a picture of Ed Miliband, if you have one. He's one of our ghouls. I meant politicians. I'll have to look for that. Let's see. I can only imagine what kind of characters they have here. So we'll go over here. We'll do a Google search here. And let's see. Secretary of State. Okay. Secretary. Energy Security and Net Zero. All right, what do we got here? Born December 1969. So he's a year younger than me. All right, let's see what this character looks like. All right. So the guy's younger than me. That's not good. All right. That's a little weird, I have to admit. Looks like a little scoundrel right there. He's got that receding hairline. Look at all those wrinkles. Teeth look weird too. And this guy over here is a year younger than me. So I'm older. I don't have all that. And that might even be an older picture. Let me see where that picture was taken. Hopefully it's not like, what's his name, the vegan guy. The one that says How Not to Die. Michael Greger? Yeah, maybe it is. Why am I not able to? Let me go back over here to the page. Okay, that was taken 2026. All right, so it's pretty current. What is Net Zero anyway? I thought that was an internet service they used to have. Oh, well, Net Zero, it's silliness. Okay, let me just get this over here. All right. Nope. So, well, that's interesting. Incredible, right? Yep. Now I lost my camera. Let me go back to this one. And let me go back to this one. There's a little glitch in OBS. There we go. I think I look pretty good for almost 58. I'll be 58 in a couple of weeks. And I think I look pretty good. And remember, unlike those people, I work outside in the sun with equipment, doing everything from trash cleanup to construction. I should look a lot worse because of all the sunlight that I've been in over my life. And I don't think I look that bad. Actually, I'm not bad. Okay, so let me go back here to the comments and let me double check. And let's see. What was your nickname in school? Corn Pop. Well, thankfully, nobody ever suspected that I did it. And I did it a couple of times. But, I'm just a mischievous kid. It's like Dennis the Menace. They called me, a friend of mine said, you're like the dark-haired version of Dennis the Menace, which is probably why my cat is a menace. Milton the Menace. Rick is 100% regarding the centralized banking system and all these politicians. Don't be so attracted to one person. I have learned their policies and used them for my investments. Yes. Rick made popcorn. Yes, I did. And I am against the use of all drugs, including alcohol and whatever, to create an altered state. However, I am also for the full legalization of all substances, no matter what they are. The government should not be making rules because all it does is create organized crime and creates profits for the pharmaceutical industry. I would eliminate all prescriptions. I would turn the pharmaceutical industry into a free market. You can buy whatever you want, whenever you want, without the government locking you in a cage. If you wish to grow any kind of plant and use it in any way that you want, that is your right to do so. Period. That's what I would do. That's my theory. You want to get high? Go get high. Do it. It costs you nothing. Throw some seeds on the ground. Try to cultivate it. Go out there. Cook with it. Smoke it. Whatever works for you. Go ahead and do it. That's your choice. You want to get drunk? Go ahead and get drunk. I think that Supreme Court actually found that prohibiting distilling of alcohol was unconstitutional, which I believe. I don't know. But the government is all about control. It's all about how can we monetize your life. Find the things that people want to do, and then find a way to put a gate. Be the gatekeeper, be the toll booth in somebody's life and make money. That's what it is. That's all it is. It's not about helping you. They don't care. Remember, when you're no longer able to serve them, what do? They throw you on the street. That's what they do with you. You go to war, you get injured, guess what? We don't need you anymore. On the street. Your mind is broken, your body's a mess. Too bad. Don't want you anymore. Get dumped. That's the way it works. And once you understand that, you got to remember, every single one of those kleptocrats requires thousands or millions of people to reduce their living standard. Every billionaire, billions of people lose their living standard a little bit or a lot. Think about all these people that made a lot of money on the backs of people that were overworked and underpaid. Every single parasite requires a whole lot of hosts just to make them possible. So if you got rid of the parasite, all the hosts' life would get better. Oh, but then they wouldn't have a job. Well, that's nonsense. If you got rid of the parasite, somebody else would go into their place. If that was a parasite also and you got rid of them, somebody else would go into their place. Sooner or later, somebody who's not a parasite would take their place and everybody would benefit. That's just the way it is. There's no denying it, whether it's a monarchy, like in the old days, or a so-called democracy, communists, they're all the same. They're all exactly the same. It's all about control. It's all about taking advantage of people. Extraction. It's not about production. It's about extraction. Extraction leads to all the problems. Degraded environment, degraded health, mental issues. It all comes from extraction. It's that simple. But it'll never change. Nobody cares. I've had tennis elbow before. Don't know if this is helpful, but isometric holds using that elbow against a table or wall can help strengthen the joints. Progress over time with a smaller angle between the wrist and shoulder, gradually to increase the tensile strength of the joint. That's good. And again, Jonathan has a lot of experience in that field, so I would listen to what he says. Corn pot, yes. Corn pot. And that, all those popcorn makers do have. I have a popcorn maker here too, but I think it's rusted because it hasn't been plugged in for a while now. Did everyone find out you were putting cannabis? No. Nobody ever found out. And the statute of limitations is long since expired because it was probably, I think it was 1982 that I did that. So I was just very bored in school. Let's put it that way. Hi, Amanda. I had a lot of fun when I learned how to pick locks. When I learned how to pick locks in junior high, everything changed. I could get in anybody's locker. I could get in the classroom. I had full free range of the school, which I think is ironic. Good morning to Dan. Let's see. Thanks for reminding me to take my meds. Well, there you go. See? That cannabis helps some people. It definitely does. That's why I think that it should be 100% legal. All right, so let's see. Wow, comments are pretty strong. We have a hello to Coach Amy. And 72 live. Well, there you go. And it's still good. It was 1 finger, 2 finger, 3 finger bags of cannabis. There we go. Or what did they call it? A lid? Was it an ounce or something like that? Crash the series, somewhat create an animation series based on Rick. I guarantee it would crush. Those stories would translate brilliantly to the comedic medium until somebody figures out what happened. Hey, V. Benno, 8364. There we go. Or 93. No, 9364. Sorry about that. Hi, Rick. How's it going? What's going? Good. I'm glad that you're here. As always, appreciate that. I'm reporting you to HR, Rick. Statues, they're all baked. Rick looks about 2 decades younger. That's funny. Well, I have been accused of being a 30-year-old vegan more than once. So yes, I do look a lot better than that creepy politician. And what I've noticed all the time, all these people are always creepy. Every one of them. They give you sort of a bad feeling So you know that they're a bunch of nonsense. It's ridiculous, I'll tell you. Jonathan says that net zero is a globalist plan to reduce emissions into the atmosphere to charge additional tax. Yeah, but they don't care about emissions. Otherwise, they wouldn't be building data centers all over the place. The only thing they care about is extraction. And you're right. Now, when it comes to how much emissions a person produces, I think if everybody was like me, global emissions would drop probably by 10 times. Because even though I drive diesels, I drive less than everybody. I don't buy new cars all the time. And I personally don't produce emissions. Any emissions that I produce goes into a tank, which is used to produce cooking gas. And unlike the vegans, I'm not sitting there farting up a storm because their gas is not being recovered. The little gas that I'm making is being recovered. So that's a good thing. Had his way, we'd all be sitting in the dark, freezing to death. That's correct. But would he be sitting in the dark, freezing to death? Of course not. Because the parasites, they live it up. So what are they going to do? While you're struggling to survive and you can't drive your car because, well, you don't want to pollute the environment, they'll be flying in private jets, flying around the atmosphere. They'll be living in mansions. They're not living in a tent. That's what I said. If you want to set the example, do it. Set the example that we can follow. Don't tell us what to do. Don't have your goons with guns pointed at us. You have to do this. No. You go out there and you do it. And you show us how it's done. Show me how to do it. I'll do it. But if you're not willing to do it yourself, I don't care what you say. Period. Might as well just slap a duct tape over your mouth and throw you out there to feed the ducks. And good morning. Good morning from the carnivore self-sustaining community. Eating bugs, yes. They want you eating bugs. Now, for me, I choose to delegate that responsibility to my very qualified quack team. So instead of me eating the bugs, I will let my specialists take care of the bugs for me. And they can waddle around and they can go, they can gobble up every bug in my garden. And then one day, Mr. Ducky will stick his head through the duck guillotine and all those bugs that Mr. Ducky ate, I will be able to eat. So thousands of bugs I'll be eating in one delicious meal. That's correct. Rick does a push-up. He's lifting himself up. He's pushing the earth down. There you go. Good afternoon. It's all the meat that you've been eating for the last 40 years, Rick, and the tallow creams. It might be. I don't know what it is. Rick doesn't sleep. He waits. I completely agree with you. Well, it's good. See? I'm glad that people agree with me. 128. What is 128? Oh, I guess that's a secret code. I don't know. But anyway, good to see you here, CV Carmack. I saw you on Mitch's. What was it, Thursday? So, okay. Portugal decriminalized all drugs, set up recovery centers, and the outcomes have been transformative. Recovery sites were set up with the savings from prosecution. Yes, it's a lot cheaper. And again, not everybody wants treatment. Some people want to drug themselves into oblivion. All you got to do is set up a community where they can drug themselves into oblivion. When they overdose, you send them straight to the cemetery, problem solved. But if somebody wants to recover, give them the option. What is that? Hold on a second. Oh. Okay. A little orange kitten is climbing up the banana plant. Interesting. And Ellen is here. Good morning, Rick and chat friends. Well, good morning, Ellen. Glad to see you here. Keep in mind, we're the only species that has to pay to be on this planet. That's correct. They charge us rent. We can't even own our own home. It's called a property tax. And then everything else is, why do we put up with this? I don't know. But I think over years, we were ignorant. Our parents and grandparents were never told how things really worked. But now we know. But there's a lot of things that are in the future that I want to talk about. And once I catch up with the comments, I want to go over some news as well as some other ideas I want to talk about. What do you know about Mondragon? Nothing. I have no idea. Good morning to Ellen. If Rick were to travel to an alternate dimension in which there was another Rick and they both fought, they would both win. Well, if there was another Rick, they probably wouldn't fight. They'd be hanging out together and say, hey, do you know where the best place to catch some iguanas is? Sure. The problem is, 2 Ricks, it might actually be a bad thing, because they would be like, I like you so much, I might like you too much. Then we got a real problem right there, because 2 Ricks, what's not to like, right? It would be scary. You might like my dairy debunking video I'm releasing tonight. Well, I'm going to look out for that. But see, you eat dairy. I eat dairy. I believe that dairy is fine, although I don't drink milk. But I do eat cheese and yogurt on a regular basis. I am a big fan, and butter when I have it. I'm a big fan of dairy. I think that they used to tell me that dairy would cause sinus issues, but I've had sinus issues since I was a kid. My dad had sinus issues. It's a genetic thing. And you know what? When I tried going without dairy, it got worse, not better. Sure, it reduced the mucus, but then I was getting sick more. So when I don't eat dairy, I get sick worse. If I get the flu, it lasts 5 or 6 days. With dairy, 2 days, 3 days max. So for me, dairy is a good thing. Is it for everybody? No, some people can't take dairy. But I love dairy. And I would not want to go a day without yogurt, cheese, or butter. Those are very important to me. That's it. Okay, let's see over here. Oh my goodness. The comments are strong today. This has got to be an all-time record. Fortunately, it would be an ideal location for me. There you go. You need to have more nations that stop the stupid Rockefeller drug war nonsense. It's a bunch of just extraction. That's all it is. Let's see. If it looks like chicken, tastes like chicken, and feels like chicken, but Rick says it's beef, it's beef. End of discussion. Oligarchy of terms, systems, and control us through wealth extraction. Extract wealth through history. All political ideologies fall apart under the systems of control. Yes, it's all about extraction. Once you understand that, that's the reason why duck food is pushed. We don't want the people self-sufficient. That's a big no-no. If you're energy independent, you're public enemy number 1. If you are food independent, again, that's the way that it works. Good afternoon to Yellow Rose, and we have for Lions Dan. Yep, that's right. I have an ice cream machine. I don't think I've made ice cream all year. And we have 75, so our predictions are definitely getting there. Hello from Kansas. If you haven't had a look at the studies, Jonathan, crime down. Yeah, exactly. You're talking about when they legalized drugs. Did you ever find the 2 missing kittens? No, but I'm going to look again after this. Amy, the opposite of sick care. Yeah. What is that noise? At least the kittens are feeding on mama right now. That's a good thing. The opposite of sick care in the prison industrial complex, wealth extraction, civil asset forfeiture, etc. Yeah. In the West, right. They want us to eat the bugs. Oh, yeah, I did analysis. Next bet would be a Spanish island. There you go. I am good. How are you? I take my neighbor's dog out to beach soon. She loves it. They are away until Monday morning. And we have Jonathan, Dan saying hi to you. There we go. Rules for me, not for thee. The last health crisis should have made that abundantly apparent, or the subprime crisis, the CARES Act, etc. That's correct. And Aaron says, someone compared my day 28 reverse push-ups short to Blair Witch Project, and I can't stop laughing. Can't remember what they were trying to stop using animal meat and start introducing lab-grown meat in schools and hospitals. The only reason they want lab-grown meat, they want centralized control. Anybody can, if you have the space, raise an animal and eat it, but only a specially connected factory. And who do you think is going to finance the meat factory? Is it going to be we the people? No. It's going to be the central bankers through artificially inflating money by artificially suppressing bond rates and driving up the national debt. All you got to do is watch the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, and you will see what's really happening in the economy. Good morning, everybody. Hello, Rick. John Together Strong. Hello. Glad that you're here. I can see that it's coming here sooner than later. Okay. I've been in the garden, raspberries, strawberries, doing really well. I can see jam making in my future. YouTube superimposed my face, dark barn, and creepy frog noises. Okay. You don't remember? You know I smoked cigar. I saw that. I saw that AI-generated video. Yes, definitely. I also had a beard in one of those videos as well. That seemed to be a real subject there. You were finally able to see one of my comments. Hi, Aaron. I've been real busy setting up an office. Okay. 11 offices filled right now. Still have a few more. Then I'm ready to open the business. Nice. Very nice. Okay. I'm heading to the dairy farm now. Nice. Smoking marijuana is an important part of our Gaon prayers. I want healing. What must I see? Hold. I have the strength and release. So more it be. Interesting. They used to have something like that here called the Ethiopian Zion Coptic Church. It was a big deal in the 70s. And over there on Star Island, back before it became Billionaires Row, they had a house over there, and everybody was smoking marijuana, including the kids. And, of course, the media just had a fit over it. But, it just came down to the government wanted their cut. And they didn't give them their cut, so they basically shut them down like they always do. Drug addiction can be solved through mental health, and a treatise of poverty and crime is monetized here. Just as sick here. They want us suffering and fighting each other. Yeah, as they rise, as we fall. That's correct. That's how parasites do that. Rick does not own a stove, oven, or microwave because revenge is a dish that is best served cold. Yes. Great sense of humor. We got to like Dan, one of our new upcoming carnivore influencers. Rick can speak Creole. I cannot wait for everybody together. Well, it's going to be next week on Sunday morning. I will be there unless I lose power, but I got my generator running. So if they want to play that game, if Big Brother wants to cut off my power, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to fill it up with junk gas. And I'm going to fire that baby up and run it as long as I can. Some carnivores say you can't lose weight eating dairy. I still eat cream and cheese and lose weight. I don't eat a lot of cheese, just a few slices. I don't find it addictive. Yeah, well, let me put it to you this way. If dairy and cheese made you fat, explain Rick. Explain how somebody that looks like this could exist eating dairy. Skinny arms, skinny legs. There's nothing fat about me at all. So explain that. And I've eaten dairy regularly for most of my life. I stopped drinking milk at age 20. I don't really like milk that much anyway, but I do like yogurt and cheese very much. You better get ready. We're going to have a telethon of over 9 hours when we get together. I'm around 5% body fat currently, consuming dairy daily. See what I mean? 5% body fat. That's a bodybuilder right there. I've never been that low. I think the lowest I've ever been is probably 12%. I don't like having low body fat, and you consume dairy daily. So everybody uses dairy as an excuse, I think. It's just an easy way of blaming something. It's like, well, my carnivore diet's not working, so I got to go carnivore more. I got to be lion diet. Or like I call it, the LYING diet, the lying diet. That's so stupid. I don't believe in that nonsense. But again, I'm not a popular one. I'm not popular in this community because I look at things differently. And speaking of Jonathan, here's Jonathan's number one gal here. Slim Down Journey. Hi, Rick and Milton. Hi, everyone. Well, hello. Glad that you are here. We actually use the Ethiopian Bible. Well, that's interesting. Is that what they were using, the Ethiopian Zion Coptic Church? That was pretty interesting. I always used to laugh. Every time somebody talked about Coptic Church, I always thought about, a stick with marijuana puffing out a bunch of smoke. That's what I remember. Laughing is good for the soul. It better be. All right. I eat dairy, but not like I eat meat. Well, that's it. You're looking incredible. Well, Jonathan always looks incredible. He's different than me. I don't look incredible. I just kind of am incredible when it comes to doing things. All right. There we go. OMAD going well. I don't know how you can do it. I like to eat 3 meals a day. There's skinny people who eat carbs, grains, and sugar. Some people don't gain weight, but they're not healthy. Well, that's it. I may be extremely unhealthy, although I feel really good. If you've ever seen me on my bike or working, I can outwork anybody. But I could drop dead any time. And speaking of drop dead, you know, there's a NASCAR driver that just dropped dead. So let me go back over here to the internet, and I'm going to type in, let me go to a search. Let me type in go. Kyle Busch. All right, and let's see. Cough blood day before death. All right. So let's see what we got here. Okay. All right. Okay. Collapse in a Chevy simulator. Transported to Charlotte Hospital. Okay. It wasn't that old. Okay. He was 41 years old. Didn't seem to be obese, but evidently had some kind of respiratory issue. So anybody can drop dead at any time. So that's been all over the news. Let's see. Okay, short of breath, coughing up blood day before his death. Let's check the Associated Press, or what I call prostitutes. Coughing up blood day before his death. He was only 41. I hate NASCAR, by the way. I find it extremely boring. It's just going round and round and round. I like drag racing. Drag racing is my thing. Or maybe an off-road race, but not a NASCAR person. Okay, no cause of death has been given. Severe illness. Now, I don't think he was a carnivore, but let's see. Shortness of breath, coughing, a bit of blood. Thank goodness I've never had that happen. Okay. Well, anyway, that's something that happened. Now, of much more significance to me, and let me pop the comments back here. Let's see here if we got any new comments. We got lots of new comments. Wow, we got a lot of comments here. Let me go ahead and hit the comments before I talk more, because they'll get away from me very quickly. Today seems to be very, very comment friendly, which is good. All right. I fell again yesterday. I have a very large bruise, goose egg bump on my slippery steps from the rain. Oh, wow. Well, hopefully you're not having any health issues. I never fall. I'm like working. I live in a junky house. I have a yard full of obstacles. I climb up and down trees. I ride a bike on really unstable sidewalks. I'm always slipping on duck poop, tripping on stuff, and I never fall. It seems like every time I'm ready to fall, I either grab something. My reaction time is really, really fast. So I think that's one of the things that has kept me from getting injured. But if you do have a tendency to fall, you have to be really careful. My mother used to fall. Thank God she wasn't hurt. But I think a lot of it is because I was always here. When I took time off my life to take care of my mom, I was never more than 20 feet away from mom. So that's why I had to kind of put everything on hold. And when my transmission went out, I had to rebuild the transmission in the dining room while mom was in the living room after I got her back from the hospital, because I couldn't afford to have mom hurt. But, you know, she did okay. You look incredible and are incredible. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think to most people, though, I'm an oddball. They avoid me. The vegan gals especially, they think I look unhealthy. Well, that Rick, he looks unhealthy. He's just, I don't like him. And the one gal's like, he smells like ground beef. Yeah, because that's just what I was eating, you know. But that's okay. I'd rather smell like ground beef than Brussels sprouts. Ugh. Hi, Tammy. Hi, Annabella. Let's see. I bet they'll find something wrong with it. It could be. We'll see what they come up with. But I'm walking a dog. Can't look at the chat much, but listening. Speedy recovery. Come on, there we go. Okay, wow. A lot of comments here. Kyle Bush, that worried me. I'm a NASCAR driver driving on the interstates. Said Terry a lot. I imagine NASCAR drivers have to train their core often. Well, that's a good point. I know you're transporting them prisoners, so but you're lean. You should be fine. And you're carnivore. Feel better? Yeah. Ice and rest. That's it. I'm not a NASCAR fan either, but I recommend tuning into the last 10 or 20 laps. It does get exciting. Well, there you go. I think they just look for an accident. Haven't had dairy for over a week. I use a lot of cheese when I'm making lasagna because lasagna was really good, though. Bacon lasagna is amazing. I don't know how people can eat the regular lasagna. It's like crap. Bacon lasagna is so good. I got to go to get the day started. Great show, Rick. Hope to catch you hump day sometime. Bye. Well, retired Rick, I'm going to look for you. I'll have to go and specifically look for your video. But I'm glad that you were here and enjoy your day. Look at all those losers. Oh, my goodness. Look at who has returned. Look at all those losers eat cauliflower and broccoli. There you go. I agree with that. I actually agree with that. Can't handle lactose, extra mature cheddar cheese. Have a nice chicken salad. Okay. Brussels sprouts. There we go. You were a good son, Rick. Thank you. I know that. Good to see you. See, we're excited to have you here. Let's see. Bad leg. If you're a carnivore, you should have a beautiful body in shape. Well, there's a lot of shapes. You could be a toothpick like me, or you could be a muscle stud like Jonathan, or you could be round. They're all shapes. Six-pack abs. Well, I'm not taking my shirt off, all right? That's not happening. Flex for us. Carnivore muscle is on PEDs. We know that. All right, let's see what else we got here. I have a tendency to fall into uncoordinated, and with so many left hip surgeries, that hip is weak. Take my time. Look like an old lady, especially going up and down stairs. Well, there you go. We love you, Rick. Yes. Nice chicken salad sandwich with tomatoes. I'm sure the ducks would love that. I'll have to make that and take it to the ducks. Set brown, retroid. Anyway, I see that our resident critic has dropped in. It's like the Muppet Show, where you have, what was it, Statler, and I forget, they used to sit up in the balcony. So that's always good. It's part of the show. It makes it interesting. So let me go ahead and let me show you another thing that happened last week. Now, we know that Kyle Busch dropping dead would affect a lot of people, but there's something that affected me a lot more. And you know what that is. The closure of the one place that I wanted to go to, and I couldn't for over 20 years. And you know what that place is? I bet somebody knows what it is because I've mentioned it many times. Let me go over here to the internet again, and I want to type in a place that I've talked about a lot. I've never got to go there, but man, I've wanted to go there for a long time. And there it is. Popular burger joint that spanked you if you didn't finish your food is shutting down. Wow. Can you believe that? Look at that. Heart Attack Grill. So the Heart Attack Grill that started in 2005 in Arizona and moved to Vegas in 2011 has shut down. And that's because combination of things. People don't have the money they used to. They're raising their rent. You can see they had it. Caution, this establishment is bad for your health, and so on. Now, if you never heard of the Heart Attack Grill, I don't know what's wrong with you. But let me just go ahead and let me see if I can find something here. Hold on a second. Let me go over here. Come on. My computer's being a little uncooperative. That happens. All right, let me see if I can get the map over here. Okay, so we'll go over here. We'll go to Google Maps. Now, everybody knows where Las Vegas is, right? I hope. Okay. Now, all right. Let me go back to the internet. There it is. Here I am in Florida. So we're going to go, whoops, I don't want to do that. We're going to go over here to Nevada. All right. Now let's look for Heart Attack Grill. And there it is. The Heart Attack Grill. And you can see this picture was taken when it was closed, and now it's just closed all the time. I wonder if anybody's going to get those interesting neon signs that they had at the Heart Attack Grill. Now, how do I get the pictures to show? Pictures are not showing. What is this? Okay, there we go. That's the inside of the Heart Attack Grill. It was a hospital-themed restaurant. It was on the corner of that Neonopolis shopping center over there on Fremont Street. You can see people went there. Heart Attack Ice. Coronary Dog. Let's see if they have a picture of the Heart Attack Burger. Heart Attack Grill. They used to serve drinks in a prescription bottle. Let's see if I can find it over here. See? Vodka, cream vodka, whipped cream vodka. There we go. Prescription medication, Heart Attack Grill. Push down and turn. Sugary drinks, Dr. Pepper in a glass bottle, everything that was bad for you. That was the idea of the Heart Attack Grill. And of course, the Heart Attack Grill has closed. So, let's see over here. Okay. Looks like it's nothing but construction over there. Oh, well. Las Vegas has turned into a real dump. Overpriced crap. Let's see. All right. Should have been right there. There it is. Heart Attack Grill. There we go. You can see at that time it was closed. So there's a Heart Attack Grill. I'd like to find out what happened to that neon sign. See, they had this big sign over here that said 350 pounds eats free. Anyway, I don't know if that was supposed to be a tornado or what it was, but had some little stars and Heart Attack Grill. So I guess the rent got too high and everything went. This definitely was a neon sign. I always like to collect those. I used to make neon signs. But the Heart Attack Grill has closed, as seen on TV. And you can see over there, world's highest calorie burger. Yep. Although his quadruple bypass, well, they had a lot of people going in there too in this picture. Look at that. They even had a cattle scale out front where you could weigh yourself. This person only weighed, looks like 131 pounds. Or maybe it was going up when he stepped on it. But that has closed. So hopefully they're not going to scrap all this goodness outside and all the stuff inside. Hopefully they'll have some kind of auction and sell all that stuff. And somebody could get it. I would definitely save some of that if I lived in the area and try to get my hands on it. But that's It's gone. There is no more heart attack grill. So now, if you want to have a heart attack, you're going to have to make your own heart attack. But thanks to Amy and my channel, you have the ability to make a heart attack burger whenever you want. You don't have to go to Las Vegas, stay in some overpriced motel, and be in that dump. You could do it right from the comfort of your own home, which is extremely awesome, in my opinion. If you can get your own heart attack, that'll be great. All right, so let's go back and see if we can catch up with the comments, which looks like it's going to be tricky. We have a lot more comments than I've ever imagined. I wonder where you were, John. Waldorf and Statler were funny. That is true. That is true. I'm so sad I didn't go last week. Rick, Heart Attack Grill. I told you got to go there, but I guess you didn't have time. You guys should be Lean Mean Machine. Well, some of us are. Hey, when are you going to start posting videos? John Stott, I keep asking you to post videos on your channel. Share all your valuable information on how to make money and how to eat well. We need to learn from you. Get out there and make those videos. 76 live. See? You were right. We did it. I am the dealer. You didn't see the episode of Locked Up Abroad show where me and John are hemmed up at the airport. Joke. I walk past this every time I was in Vegas. You see, and you didn't walk in. You got to do it when you get it. When it's shut down. 2 Crazy Ketos. Now you're making fun of 2 Crazy Ketos? Really? You got to get out there and start making videos, I'm telling you. Is Joe gay? He sounds like it. Joe. No, Joe's not gay. Oh, boy. What does gay sound like anyway? That's a good question. You need to meet my gay friend up in Minnesota. He sounds more like Dolph Lundgren. And I don't think Dolph Lundgren was gay. Jonathan, not John. Well, there we go. CB is legit. The Carnivore Police. CB is my favorite carnivore enhanced officer. There you go. I went there last year. Didn't eat there, though. That's the problem. I wish somebody in here would have eaten there so you can compare the Heart Attack Quadruple Bypass Burger to Rick's original, and I mean original Heart Attack Burger. The only burger guaranteed to give you a heart attack. I'm going to be getting that heart attack, and you're going to see me drop dead in my 90s. I'd love to have go there. I remember seeing A Man vs. Food when that used to air in the UK. First 2 spokespersons of Heart Attack got sad heart attack. Yes, they did. You should get a job at Buc-ee's or Walmart. I'm telling you, you got to be making videos. Make some videos. Until you make videos, no one's going to take you seriously. You got to make some videos. Don't be chicken. Don't be a duck. Don't flap your wings. Go out there and, well, you know the rest of it. Yep. Night, night. You have the badge here. Boss man, I have to go catch up on your content and press like. Why don't you open a restaurant? I'm not going to open a restaurant, but I am eventually going to have a carnivore get-together, and I will cook there. I might go to Heart Attack Grill one day. But for the spankings, not the food. Well, maybe we can do that at Quack Stock. We'll have the Heart Attack Burger Challenge, and whoever doesn't finish their Heart Attack Burger will get a spanking. How about that? That's what we'll do. Or you'll have to go into a iguana-filled cage. And if you're lizard phobic, that could be pretty rough. Sleep well, Annabelle. Our burgers look better. Yes, because unlike the Heart Attack Grill, our burgers are not well done. Our burgers are cooked to perfection, and they are absolutely delicious. They serve wine in an IV bag and give Jello shots from a syringe. Yes. I think the owner is all ready in negotiations to possibly reopen. Okay. Maybe. It'll be interesting. If they ever do reopen, hey, why don't you open a Heart Attack Grill in Miami or South Florida? That'd be interesting. But I think he lives out there. He's got another place called Snappy Burger that shows movies. So, and here's Jeff. Good morning, y'all. Well, good morning. Glad that you are in here with us. And I'm sure I will see you. Let's see. that look like Barquet on that cup. Sure he didn't change the name to Bart Attack Grill? No, it's not Barquet. That is John Basso, the owner of the Heart Attack Grill. You'll enjoy my dairy is cocaine video tonight. There we go. They refuse to put lettuce on their burgers because it's too healthy, but they still put tomatoes and onions, which Rick's Heart Attack Burger has no tomatoes and no onions. There are no vegetables in a true Rick's Heart Attack Burger. 2 pounds of ground beef, 1 pound of bacon, 8 ounces of cheese, and Heart Attack buns. The ultimate high-calorie bomb that's going to take you down. You're going to get the massive heart attack. Bart bought it and changed the name. There you go. Heart Attack Grill. And the other thing, too, I don't use a grill. I would never call it the Heart Attack Grill. It might be called the Heart Attack Griddle or the Heart Attack Pan. Cooking a burger on a grill is something I generally don't do. I'll do it at my friend's place, but in my own house, a grill is only for steaks, never burgers. Good night, Annabella. I can't wait to watch it. Yes, Jonathan, I watched and got interrupted. Okay. Great signs, yes. For us neon guys, that was pretty good. They don't use neon much anymore. They LED crap now. It happens to me at home all day. People are getting weighed outside. I couldn't eat free. Yeah, that's true. They actually have an octuple bypass. Yes, they did have an 8-patty burger, which I wouldn't even think about. That is way too much for me. I would not enjoy it. Plus, from what I heard, their burgers were well done, which would have been insulting to me. Plus, they use actual bread, tomatoes, and onions, which I'd never, ever, ever use on my burgers. Never. If I do use onions for my friends' burgers, they have to be deep fried in lard first, which I think they may have done at the Heart Attack Grill. Started my health journey at 351 pounds. I'd have eaten there, started my journey. I might not have made it back. Well, if you get to eat for free, I got booed. I watch this little Asian lady who's a competitive eater and crush it. There you go. I have the recipe on my website, Rick. Yes, for my Heart Attack Burger, which Amy did very well. And Amy wasn't the only one. We had, where is our friend that actually created the Heart Attack Burger and ate it? You know who it is, Mr. Longbeard. Where are you? Oh, well. John explained. Have to get a pacemaker pizza video. Yes, we do. His roommate is a girl. Wondering what she looks like. I don't know who you're talking about. 6'7". Walk to Walk is not in Spud Boy's wheelhouse. Yeah, right? He's not going to make any videos. It's easy to dish it out. It's hard to take it. You did it, 76. Yeah, you were right. I did it, 76. Let's see if we can get to 100. Too many damn CBs here now. Well, I got a CB here too, thanks to my friend Chuck. CB. There we go. Where's my CB? Here it is. Brand new old stock. It'll be going in my truck. So I got my CB. There we go. Look at that. Fresh from the 80s. Pace, 40 channel. CB radio, brand new. It'll be going in my restored truck. Breaker, 19. All right, let's see. Well, oh man, these comments are really, somebody shifted this thing into overdrive. Wow, the comments are strong today. Mitch, I know what you're going for. If Joe's gay, then I'm switching sides to get a wife like he has, right? There you go. What is this obsession with gay? I don't get it. I don't understand why some people they're so fascinated by gay. I mean, if you want it that bad, go out and find a boyfriend. I mean, come on. They can't be that hard to find some queer. They're all around, right? I don't know. My food today is 1 banana, half stick of butter, and small coffee. Got to get going to grab some more fresh milk from the farm. Cheers and great stream, ladies and gents. Well, there you go. I didn't even know you had bananas over there. I don't worry about who's getting into bed with another. Exactly. I don't care. Look, there's a couple of gay guys in the carnivore community, and you'd probably know who they are. I'm not worried about it. Gay guys don't bother me. I've never had any of them fruity guys try to be extra friendly, just my friend that's gay, and I don't mind. Look, if some good-looking gay guy is complimenting me, you know what I'm going to say? Yes, I agree. If you think I'm good-looking and you're that good-looking and you like guys, then I must be doing something right. Right? What's the big deal? Now, if it's some ugly troll, okay, that's not the same. But good-looking, I mean, I'm sure there's gay guys out there like my friend that are into bodybuilding and health and stuff like that. We got a couple of guys in the carnivore community that admit to being gay. So does it make a difference? No. Does it bother me? Absolutely not. They're good people. I don't care what you do. Sure. Okay. If you're reading a good book, it does say that behavior is probably not acceptable. So it's up to the church. They don't want you in there. That's fine. But the reality is people commit fornication all the time. Anytime that somebody has sex outside of marriage, they're committing fornication, which is the exact same sin. So what's the difference? Everybody you know has gotten, I don't know, laid or whatever you want to call it, before they were married. So does that mean that they're all condemned? Well, no, because they can get forgiven. So what's the big deal? Whatever. I could care less. It's a bunch of nonsense. And there are people out there that sound a little fruity. I work with someone that sounded fruity. But the thing about him is that he was over there going with all the gals because they let their guard down. When the guys act a little on the fruity side, the women, they don't realize. Some people are just like that. When you're a mama's boy, you're probably going to act a little fruity. I know people that are mama's boys, and they tend to act that way. They don't get their hands dirty. You're not going to find them with rough hands. They've got soft hands. But that doesn't mean that they're interested in other guys. Some of them like women a lot. And I mean a lot. And women like them. So I think a lot of women, they want a guy they can talk to. That's what happens. And it's like a friend of mine, he had a bunch of gay buddies. And I'm thinking, what are you hanging out with those queers for? I don't know. It's like, oh, that's how I meet my girlfriends. Ah, that's pretty smart. So you're hanging out with the queer guys at the gym. You're working out together, and they do seem to be very effective in the gym. And then they're hooking you up with all the girls. So that sounds like a win-win situation, if that's what you're into. But anyway, who cares? I've been whipping up my eggs, cooking breakfast, so I may have missed some compliments. Sorry, Coach Amy. There you go. No worries. 82 here. That must be the temperature, because it's not. Okay. Let's see. What's for breakfast? And wowza, there we go. I'll be on QUACK or IguanaCon. Yes, those are going to be the best meetups of all when I can make that happen. Hey, Mason, good morning, Rick and Milton. Well, good morning. Milton has been missing in action. Where is Milton? All I got to do is walk to my room and look at Milton, and he'll be here chewing on my arm like he always does. But he must be sleeping really well. And I see Miss Kitty with 3 kittens out there. They were feeding on her. Hopefully they'll start eating soon. Bart Attack Grill. There you go. Good morning, Rides, Biscuit. All right. Boy, we're doing great today. 5 scrambled eggs and 5 thick. Oh, that's so nice. Doing a prolonged fast. Almost 48 hours. Going for 5 days or longer. Wish me luck. Well, if it's working for you, I do. What's in the buns, Rick? Are they like egg muffins? Well, the buns, if you look at the video, they're basically pork rinds, eggs, and cheese. And Amy did an excellent job. She used a mini bun maker, waffle maker, whatever. I've used a waffle maker, and I normally use a pan that you put on the stove. It's like a clamshell for making the buns. I've made them on the grill. They're actually quite good. And Erin does verify that she can finish the heart attack burger because she did it right on video. She did it faster. And we know Gary actually made and ate the heart attack burger, but it took him longer to eat the burger than it took Erin to eat the burger. But Gary was the very first. And again, where's Gary? I don't know. I'm sure he'll pop up on Mitch's. Maybe he'll go into Kiltz's tomorrow. We'll see. And Richard Williams, good morning from Copper Hill, Tennessee. Well, good morning. Glad that you have dropped in to our discussion on the heart attack burger and heart attack grill. The heart attack skillet. There you go. That would be me, because we don't grill burgers. The thing is, Amy illustrated exactly how to make a good heart attack burger. An overcooked burger is not a true heart attack. That is not acceptable. Heart attack poop gas grill. Well, there you go. It's ecologically friendly. It's powered by poop gas. Okay. You'll be shocked and surprised at once at BB. There we go. Wanted to ask the chat, what is your mineral supplement regime during a prolonged fast? That's a good question. I don't know that, but somebody will answer. Comment you made about soda pop was good. Never thought about it like that. Yes. It's just the way that I feel. I don't understand how people got sucked into that, but whatever. Hello, hula hoop girl. I missed that one. Every single food for the heart attack grill was poor to barely mid. Yeah. That's why I said I wish I could have had a heart attack burger to compare it to my heart attack burger. I think Rick's heart attack burger would blast the quadruple bypass burger back into the toilet bowl where it belongs. You said soda makes you soft. Well, because it's a soft drink. That's the thing. It's a soft drink. So it makes you soft. You get soft. I mean, obviously, I'm not a muscle dude. I don't have the big muscles like some of you guys. You can flex those arms and you show off the biceps. I don't have any of that. I'm just a skinny guy. But the thing is, for a skinny guy, I'm surprisingly strong. You'll see me picking up scrap metal and engine blocks and working in my yard, digging holes. It's like I was building this Bobcat drive unit for the nursery, and I picked this thing up and put it in the truck. It weighs it's about at least 200 and it's around 250 pounds, I think. How many people just using their hands? Now, obviously, if you're holding a barbell, that's designed to be lifted, but you're grabbing this irregular thing and picking it up, putting it in a truck. The guy's like, wow, how do you do that? I do it all the time. It's not a big deal. It's just a different way. I'm not soft. So I don't drink soft drinks. I drink water. I drink ice water. That's what I drink. That's it. Sounds like a banger, Jonathan. Yeah. Great to see you. Oh, yeah. There we go. Mr. Longbeard. Yes. We know exactly who that is with the big cigar. Hi, Mason. And we have a hey to Gary. Someone clip Rick clucking. Yeah. Okay. Question. Why am I not? Come on. Oh, come on. Do you take any supplements? No, I take no supplements at all. And now I seem to have lost my ability to move my chat. What is going on here? Oh, there we go. Let's move this a little bit. Wow. Wow. Look at all these chats. Crazy. But no, I use no supplements. Because I eat pork, I think is where I get the magnesium from. I eat a lot of pork, and I do sometimes eat sauerkraut, although I haven't had it for a while. But I do that. But I don't use that much salt either. In fact, the salt that I ground up, I filled this on Thursday, and it's still full. I do salt. I do not salt beef. I do not salt any seafood. I do not salt pork. I do salt heart attack chicken quite well. And I salt my eggs, and that's it. I salt nothing else. I like your humble approach to life. Well, thank you, Merlin Ruby Yoda. I appreciate that. I want that as my ringtone. I've been listening since the start. Okay, Gary, you are here. You just haven't commented, but that's good. But yes, we were talking about you, and you are the, I would say, most recognized in the carnivore community. I believe that. And I'm sure I will see you in Kiltses. ICV Carmack, hope you're doing well, brother. And we have Hey to Gary. There we go. What's 2 or 20? Good buddy. Yeah, right? What's your 20? What's your 20, good buddy? Gary Bossman. Hey there. See? The barbecue is lit. The ribeyes are ready. The sun is shining. All is good, says George. Hi, Tammy P. Okay. Hi, Mason. Got to get another out there and get it done. We have a good morning to Amy and a good morning to George. who made a return in the last live stream last week. We'll see. Does pop in from time to time. I just died out laughing, Rick. There we go. Sexuality got political to distract people from corrupt government choices. Yes, nobody gives a real. Exactly. It's all about distraction. And then the homosexuals, they tend to have a certain political ideology. So they use them. Oh, and they're the ones that complain the most about Mr. Trump. Trump this, Trump that. I'm like, what do you say that nonsense for? It's the central bankers. Forget about Trump. He's just another puppet in another system controlled. And if you believe in, let's say that you have faith, you know that the world is under the control of the wicked one. And we know who the wicked one is. So it doesn't matter who's in the puppet show and who's pulling the strings. We know that ultimately it's the wicked one that covers everything, the ruler of the world. And if you don't believe in that, it's still pretty evident. It's all about extraction. That's it. All about extraction. And the thing is, it's like I tell people, I trust the sincere atheist more than I trust the person that tells me I'm a Christian. When somebody says I'm a Christian, my defenses go right up. Because I know that someone's going to try to take advantage of me. So tell me that you're a Christian, and I will be looking at you very, very suspiciously. So there's something that the atheists can agree with. And everybody blames God for their problems. Well, we had a major hurricane. It's an act of God. No, it's not an act of God. It wasn't an act of God that you decided to buy a condominium on a sinking island next to the ocean, and when you got flooded and everything got destroyed, or you built a stick-built house in the middle of Tornado Alley and it blew over, it wasn't an act of God. It was an act of you. Is it an act of God if I decide to have a barbecue in the middle of the railroad tracks? I take my grill over there to the railroad crossing. I set it up on the tracks. I light my grill, and I'm cooking my steaks. Next thing you know, you feel a little rumbling in the track, and you hear burp, burp. And then little by little, burp, burp, burp. Was that the train's fault? No. It was the idiot that set up a grill on the tracks. That's what happened. But again, distract from corruption, distract from extraction, and you can take advantage of people. That's all they do. Their goal in life is to get something for nothing. Something for nothing is it. And that's it. I made your burger. How was it? I hope you enjoyed it. Hello, Donna Ray. From Jerry, who also usually has a live at 1. So keep an eye out for her as well. It's just a media proposed opposition. Yes. Love is love. Well, there you go. And again, the religious fanatics will say, and this is the problem, all right? I support freedom of religion. That's a human right. You have the right to worship any way that you see fit. Now, that also gives you a right not to worship. You know, if you don't believe in God, you don't have to. There's nothing in this physical world that says you have to believe in God to be alive or even successful. There are successful people that they're atheists. There are people in the carnivore community. A lot of them, they push faith, and there's other people that to them faith is a 5-letter word. And we know who they are. So it's very important that you accept all of the things that work for you and allow other people to do what they want to do. If it doesn't affect you directly, then what is the difference? If you are offended by the actions of homosexuals, then the problem is not with them. The problem is with you, because your salvation does not depend on what other people do. If you really believe, if you really have that faith, what other people do has no effect. And really, what it comes down to is this. Are other people trying to prevent you from doing what you need to do? That's where you draw the line. If they try to prevent you from doing what you need to do, that's when it becomes a problem. If somebody decides that maybe 2 gals like each other a lot, or 2 guys like each other a lot, and they want to hang out together and do whatever, It doesn't bother me. I don't care. What difference does it make? If you're going to worry about stuff like that, you're going to let the parasites take you for a ride, extract you like sheep without a shepherd. You'll get sheared, thrown about. That's what they do. That's how they get rich. The billionaires, they don't get it by being talented and productive. They do it by taking advantage of people. And once you understand that, that's when things are going to get better in your life. You can't change the system. The system is designed to fail. It's entropy. There's nothing you can do about it. The only thing you can do is try to solve some of the issues that you're dealing with. You live in a world of entropy. You start out, you get to your peak, you decline, you die. Entropy always wins, but it's what happens in between. That's what makes a difference. All right. I'd be flattered whoever would flirt with me. Of course, I'd question their mental state. There you go. I know what you mean. No one flatters with me, thankfully. They're afraid of me. I'm like Lurch on the Addams Family. You rang? Yes. Simple as that. Yes, carnivore muscle. That is correct. I hope you are well. Yes. Thanks. Good morning. From A. Mason to Gary. I have CBs on my motorcycles. Well, there you go. And speaking of carnivore celebrity or celebrity incognito, we have Kurt, Meathead for Life, who says burp, letting us know that he is there, probably listening in the background, which is good. Hey, Mason, the bride wearing white historically seems a bit sus. Good point. We are all sinners and have fallen short of the glory of God. Repent and be saved. There you go. That's it. That's the whole thing. It's that simple. Only you can repent. You can't save other people. It's up to them. They got to do it. And good morning to A. Mason and just Jerry. There we go. Erin ate the entire heart attack burger. Yes, she did. She did it on camera. So we know that it's real. It actually happened in front of us. That's impossible. I'm sitting here in Alabama. There we go. Kurt in the house. Yes, he's in the house or the garage or whatever it happens to be here. And the comments have shifted back into overdrive. I'm quite amazed. Carnivore Queen, how are you? Good morning to NS. Gary, fantastic. We visited a new butcher today. They were very impressed with our story and put my before and after business card on display. Nice. They know about our lifestyle and think it's spreading. Well, that's good. That means more business for the butcher. But you know what? We're going to have to start doing something about the meat supply. This is something that I really want to get into, and I think maybe Kiltz's channel will be the one that does that. Just came home to 4 massive butcher boxes, freezers full for 3 months. Nice. Hey, fellow, what do you eat? Just meat. That's right. George just made a dump run in my 90. Well, there you go. When you got to go, you got to go. You need fresh fruit and vegetables. Why? To feed the ducks? Yes, to feed the ducks. Women love having gay guys as friends because they know there's no ulterior motive when hanging out. I have a great musician friend that is gay. Probably one of the only guys I can just hang out with. See? And it's not just the gays. It's us asexuals, too. The asexuals are definitely the same. And it's the same for both the gay guys and the women. Although I say, look, even if you're asexual, there might be somebody that you're attracted to. It's rare, but I don't think that anyone is 100% asexual. Maybe 99.5% like me. But there are exceptions to the rule. Of course there are. Greetings, VV friend. There we go. My hubby doesn't mind. Well, that's another thing. It's like my friend that is gay. He worked as a personal trainer for a lot of rich people. And he made it known that he was gay. And that got him a lot of work because a lot of these women, you got older guys that have younger women. They have money. It's sort of like a trophy wife. You know, the first person they're going to go with is their personal trainer. So you find a personal trainer that's gay, and then that way you don't have to worry. Although he told me the women still flirted with him, and they're still getting their hands all over him. So I guess they must be desperate. They've got an old fossil husband. They're looking for somebody younger to fool around with. Oh, well. If their old fossil husband would spend less time extracting money from other people and maybe going to the gym and eating carnivore, Maybe they would be able to satisfy their younger women. You never know. Just because somebody has gray hair doesn't mean they're unattractive. But when you're out of shape and you have a bad attitude, nobody wants to be with you. Pork rinds, eggs, and cheese. That's a heart attack bun. Delicious. Saw you looking beautiful in the morning. Well, there you go. Let's see. Thanks, Gary. That was 100 me first thing in the AM. I eat meat. John Stud, yeah. Until berries come in, I snack on those 3 or 5 days. Then when pears come in, I will eat on pears for a few weeks until they're gone. The back is all meat, eggs, and some dairy. And it works, doesn't it? Works fine. And if you look at C.B. Carmack, he is not fat at all. And Jeff says, morning to Kurt. I do use LMNT's recipe, homemade, when I do 2-day fasts. Just 8 ounces. I'm not particularly active. Well, there you go. If you don't work hard, you don't need all that food. Uh-oh. What do we have here? Oh, no.
Call from Albert Ryan.
Don't call me on my live stream.
Call from Albert Ryan.
You were supposed to call me yesterday, and you didn't call me.
Call from Albert Ryan.
I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull down the blinds here so nobody can knock on my door. Let's do this right now. Okay, let's pull this shut. Close that blind. Close that blind. And that's it. Rick ain't here. If your Bobcat's broken, you're going to have to wait till afternoon. That's an hour and a half. Yeah, an hour and a half. You guys eat cake, candy, when no one is looking. Well, I don't know who you're talking to. It ain't me. Cake and candy is disgusting. Cake is duck food, and candy is garbage. Who would eat that crap? Bunch of crap. Anyway. Hey, sweetie. There we go. And CB. Good morning, Gary. You smoking your cigar? Oh. Saw him Sunday swimming with shirt on. Yeah. Yeah. Gary was swimming with his shirt on. That is correct. I like that. Okay. I don't have, well, stores like Costco have Food Lion. Sucks here for carnivore. You're still not carnivore because you smoked the bologna phony. I don't know. That might be carnivore. You never know. That was true. George, all right. I hate cake. I didn't even eat my own birthday cake as a kid. See? Cake is disgusting. Cake is crap. It's not even real food. Like Rick, it made me nauseated. My addiction was side items with my meal. Yeah. It's like our friend Russ that he likes to make fun of. How fat he is. Russ don't even like cake. It was potatoes that he went for. And we have some more hellos here. And a good morning to George. Never hear engineered social war, which the elite direct. Yes. All about distraction, getting us to hate each other and not look up. That's right. So they want you to hate based on religion. That's why they dump people from all over the world. One of the things that the elites love to do is mass migration. They get a hold of a country and they destroy its economy. They steal all the resources. And the people are living on basically nothing. And they're desperate. And then they tell them, hey, you can go to the U.S. So you get a bunch of people with a totally different culture, language, religion, whatever. They run to the U.S. and they establish sort of a group. Now you have all these people that are not going to assimilate. They're not going to learn how things work. And my little black menace has returned. Hey, little Milton, you're so cute. Look at the tiny little kitten. Come here, little baby. Oh, I'm with you, Milton. Come here, softy. Oh, I love my baby, Milton. Oh, my little kitten is so cute. Look at the tiny little kitten. Oh, yes, he's such a sweetie. Oh, he's a 13, 14-pound little kitten. Look at this beast. Look at this little beast. It's Milton. There's Milton. Hey, Milton. Cute. Look at that Look at those cute little eyes. There he is. He's a little Milty. I love my baby Milton. I love my baby Milton. Yes. He's a cutie. Oh, my goodness. Let me get this other camera here. There's my Milty. Look at Milton. Hello, sweetie. Did you just wake up? You're a little bit tired. Oh, yes. Oh, cute. I love Milton. Love you. Okay, Milton. There we go. There's a little Milton tail. You know, oh, there goes Milton. You ready to attack? I'm going to put CB over here so you can't attack my hand. That's right. Milton is roaming around. Now he's playing with the chainsaws. My friend brought me his chainsaws that are broken. I need to fix. Chainsaws here. You know, who else is going to have a chainsaw ready to go? We keep, chainsaw. So everyone should know how to use a chainsaw. Now, of course, this don't start. It's got a bad, primer bulb. We'll get that running. So I got to fix this chainsaw. I got another chainsaw here. We got the other one. This is one of the older style Echoes. The CS, 320 or what is this thing? 301. CS 301. So we got chainsaw again. I like these lightweight saws because they're very easy to use. You can kind of reach up there and get your branches. So that's a good thing. And of course, in Rick's house, fire extinguishers are always nice. Got to have at least one in every room. I got 20 of them. This one I used. I had a little mishap. I was trying to make a video. We had a little bit of a fire, but I put that out. No problem. Hey, Milton. What? You're a sweetie. It's Milton time. Look at Milton. He's a dangerous wild animal. Uh-oh. Milton wants to play, so we will get the cat toy over here. And we will get Milton. There goes Milton. There's my Milton. There's my Milton. Let me switch cameras here. Maybe you can see little Milton. There we go. Oh, well. Now you don't want to play? Oh, come on, Milton. Milton's getting boring. No, he wants to rip my arm apart. That's what he wants to do. Here comes Milton. Look at Milton. There we go. Look at that. All right. That's the best way to get rid of Milton. You put him on camera and he runs away. Definitely camera shy. All right. Let me go back to the chat over here. So, yeah, Milton eventually came in. After all, the show is called Rick with Milton. Politics is under Fairchild's control. You must mean Rothschild. Oh, Rick, yes. People who have to preach. They're good people. Christians should clean their own house before passing judgment on others. Amen to that. It's Kurt's daily dose of logic and common sense. Physician, heal thyself. We have the power to fix our problems, or at least improve them. Yeah. Went to street today, to a butcher, then went and climbed Brown Mump, a small green hill. It was fun. Barbecue time now. Awesome. Sounds like a great day. 79, 81. So we've exceeded. That's why we got so many comments. Offense is rooted in projection. Many instances, the shadow self is always at play. That's lovely, George. Have fun and enjoy the rest of the day. The sunshine, too. Awesome. I use that. I used to do that swim with my shirt on. I stopped swimming, though. You killed it, brother. It's a personal spiritual journey. Then only one person can go to their... Yeah, on their home. That's right. On their own home. That's correct. Mm-hmm. Only God is good. We all fall short with Christ. We are saved. That is right. You can't save yourself. Only God, through the sacrifice of his Son, can save you. Other than that, it's entropy. It's all entropy. Every living thing on this earth eventually will decompose and die. That's just the way it is. There's no way around it. Only God, through his Son, can save you. I have a lot of gay friends. They're all Jets fans. Totally gay. Okay. I don't have any local gay friends. Gay people stay away from me. It's just that one friend that I have that's in Minnesota. Gay people just don't seem to like me. And I think a lot of it, it's like a friend of mine said, when you work with cars, you have a junky house, you have no sense of style. That's not what gay guys like. And I said, if some guy was like into other guys, wouldn't they like to do guy things? But no, I think it's more a matter of they're more into the fashion and the style and blah, blah, blah. A lot of them, they're into selling real estate and this so-called investments and all this other crap. That's their thing. They're not car mechanics and farmers and welders and all that stuff. They're all into that kind of, office stuff. The one other guy that I knew that was a fruit, he worked in a bank. He did finance. So, yeah, that's what they do. They tend to gravitate towards those parasite jobs. That's probably one of the reasons why they like the whole parasite class so much, and they're into the neoliberal and all this other nonsense, which is ridiculous because it's just more duck food. And in Spanish, they call gay people pato, which is duck. So, I don't know. I guess it all goes together. Anti-mink folks are banking on the Lone Star tick to end our meeting. Yeah, but you can still eat seafood and iguana. Even God loves it. Now, that's the other thing, too. If you read, like in the scriptures, when you set up the nation of Israel, animal sacrifice was very important part of their worship. So if that was the case, why would God do that if he wanted people to eat vegetables? What about the story of Cain and Abel? When Cain and Abel went to offer something to God, one offered vegetables, the other one offered meat. Which one did God look on favor on? I mean, seriously. Oh. Who's that? Oh. Come on. You know that I'm busy. Anyway.
Call from Albert Bryan. Call from Albert Bryan. Call from Albert Bryan. Call from Albert Bryan.
I don't see anybody out there. Okay, let's see. John still loves the pizza smell. Am I wrong for using the term gay? Like when I was growing up, it was just part of the vocabulary. Why has it become so offensive, which I think is gay? That's a good question. People are always looking for an excuse to say bad things about other people. It makes them feel better, I guess. We have a hello from Amy to Kurt. And there we got a good morning in return. Someone's at the door. No, not yet. But I'll be glad when I live in the country and I have a big place and no one can come to my door because I'll be doing my show from the bunker. So I'll be doing all my live streams from the bunker and then nobody can get in. Let's see. When I was young and fit, I was doing a job at Elton's house, Kevin S. While I was drunk and fell backwards into my arms, I saved him from hurt. He never even thanked me about anything else. And that's the other thing. A lot of them gay guys, they love drinking and drugs. I don't understand it. It's just, I guess, part of their decadent lifestyle. But my friend who lives in Minnesota doesn't drink, never been drunk, doesn't smoke. He's about 5'10", 230 pounds. I think his body fat percentage is somewhere between 10 and 12. And he works on cars. He lives in the country. And he also raises ducks. And, he's sort of like, he's 51, so he's a little bit younger than me. 52? He's born in 74, but yeah. We were friends. I didn't even know he was a gay guy until he told me a few years after we'd been friends. But he wasn't your typical fruitcake. And I call people fruity. Like I call Paul Saladino fruity, even though I don't think he's homosexual. But he likes to eat fruit, so I call him fruity. Fruitcake. I got some weird names for those guys. And I do like to laugh at them. And I think I get a lot of grief. I've had people call me homophobic and all that. But they don't understand. It's not the fact that they're homosexual. It's the way they act. I'm making fun of the way they act. That's why I call them fruity. It would be like Charles Nelson Riley, or who was the other one? Paul Lind. I mean, come on. Those guys were super fruity. And Liberace. I used to make fun of Liberace when I was a kid. Oh, he's gay, they'd say. My mom said, no, he's not gay. I'm like, huh, yeah, okay. Whatever you say. It's like Richard Simmons. Richard Simmons was another one of those. I'm sure Richard Simmons was a tutti frutti himself. But, you know, I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm just saying that's the way he acts. It's a little weird. Why do I hear a car driving by? Not at all Lion Danivore. I do the same. No answering today. Yes. Jeff is in the house. I got to get some work done. All right. The farm ain't going to run itself. Have a great day. Well, I'm glad you stopped in. Maybe I'll see you on Monday night. All right. Nice line of T-shirts. There we go. We just got a brand new butcher's shop. And the comment disappeared. What is this? Come on. Oh, boy. A lot of comments. Maybe I won't catch up. Who knows? We'll be back later. Consulting a client. Enjoy. Well, thank you, Jonathan. Glad you were here. Carbs are food first source. It's converted and stored into fat anyway. Adapt to the cleaner fuel source. Directly consume the fat. You make all the carbs you need. That is true. You also oxidize your own body fat. Yes, you do. Your pizza doesn't taste good if you don't put pepperoni and cheese in there. Yeah, try putting margarine and plant-based meat in there. You'll fart 24/7. Good point. It's not the bread that makes pizza good. It's the stuff you put on it. You have any issues with chocolates and carbs before going animal-based? I always hated chocolate. Carbohydrates? I didn't really have any problems. If you're asking me, or maybe it's the other Rick, but no, I didn't have any problems. It's just, I don't like it. I always saw the fruits and vegetables as sort of like the cheap substitute for real food, which was meat. And that's when Milton came in. My Milton, he is so cute. Milton is very, very cute. And that's because he spends a lot of time with me. I treat him like a little furry king. He gets to eat all the meat that he wants. He eats with me. A lot of times we eat together. I guess Milton is the closest thing I got to a relationship than anyone. Because everywhere I go, Milton's there. Enjoy the long weekend. Remember the fallen who fought for the freedoms you have. Yep. If we only had some freedoms, that'd be great. Of course, what we have is an extraction system. Getting a 24/7 fart visual. There we are. Milton the menace. Yes, he's a menace. But I'm glad that Kurt did drop in. And I'm glad that I'll see you, I'm sure, next week. Documented leaks through history with CIA directives to disrupt, destroy, replace. And I lost the comment. There we go. And replace governments and drive immigration, destabilize back home to create control. Yeah, that's what happened to Miami. That's why Miami is so bad. I saw 80 a bit ago. That's great. Our let's say, audience is growing. Mannix Gaming. There we go. All right. I believe so. I just got a few new designs. I'll be wearing them on the live streams. There we are. Milton. Yes. He's such a handsome. Yes, he is. He's a beautiful cat. I saw 81. And Tammy says, have a great day, y'all quackers. Thank you, Rick. Well, thank you for being here. The chainsaw may not start because it's low of chain oil. Leatherface taught me everything I need to know about proper chainsaw usage. Well, that works great, especially that time I had code enforcement snooping in my yard, and I put on that mask and I ran out there with 2 running chainsaws. They got so scared they drove off and called the police. I told them we were having a party over here, you know. Nothing illegal with grabbing 2 running chainsaws and running into the front yard with something covering your face. Don't know who that was. Milton is hangry again. No, I think Milton's okay. He left. He went back. I may be feeling left out watching you through the window with Miss Kitty and the kittens. Milton may be feeling left out. Maybe. All right. If only God is good, is Jesus good? Well, Jesus is God's son, so yes. Juliet, the backyard is up and running. First barbecue of the new season. Happy days. They never leave their friends behind. No one wants to see fat guys without a shirt on. I'm self-aware and I wear a surf shirt when I go to the pool. No need to explain. That is correct. Send pictures, Jordan. Nobody wants to see a skinny guy either. That's why I don't take my shirt off. That's the plan. About 12 noon, we go to... Thank you, Carnivore Junkie. I have 2 battery-operated gates to my place. No visitors here. Well, there you go. I didn't know my friend was gay either for the first year or 2. Well, that's interesting. Liberace, yeah. I think my brother George was here. Or something like that. Richard Simmons, yes. Another fruity. Being a pianist growing up in the 80s, Liberace was a king. Pianist sounds almost like the thing that Liberace liked, so the man could play, yes. I'm eating a 16-ounce ribeye. And the wardrobe, yeah, that was pretty funny. Liberace. I think he finally died of AIDS, like a lot of them did. How Elton John didn't get AIDS, I don't know. Elton John, too. Phenomenal musician, among other talents. And I think he's still alive, too. Ah, Peter has returned. I guess he's taking a break from sales. What did I miss? The usual Rick nonsense. Let's see. Reminding me of some Elvis outfits. Yeah, that's true. Elvis in Vegas. Always love Elton John. Great glasses outfits, songs. He's a great piano playing singer. There we are. And a total fruit. Get back to work, Peter. The furniture didn't sell themselves. Gary, tell him. My stomach ache pumps when I was a child, maybe 2 or 3 year old. Thought a bar of X-Lax was a candy bar. Oh boy. Yeah. We used to put X-Lax in the principal's coffee in elementary school. That was not nice. X-Lax. I think it was called something cream, Bavarian cream tablets. Put it in there. Because they used to put creamer in the coffee, put Bavarian cream X-Lax. I think they stopped drinking coffee in the cafeteria after that. Let's see. Used to watch Vladimir Horowitz. Okay. Peace out, fam. Catch you in the streams. Well, Bride's Biscuit, thank you that you were here. And I believe I have caught up the comments of... Oh, I may have missed one. No, I didn't, actually. Okay. I did miss one, but that's not too bad. But anyway, now that I've caught up with the comments... Let me go back to the internet here. Now, we were talking... Oh, I think I got another comment. Let's see here. Let me just double check. We don't want to let them comments get away. Okay, Sandy said bye to BB. So, let me show you a little something. Now, we were talking about the Heart Attack Grill that closed, which is kind of a shame. So, there won't be any more Heart Attack Grill in Vegas. Maybe they'll go somewhere else, but it's kind of a shame. Never got a chance to go there, but I haven't been to Vegas since 2005, and the Heart Attack Grill wasn't there. They were actually in Arizona. Every place I used to go to in Vegas has been demolished, so why would I even go there? So this just tells me, Rick, you're never going to Las Vegas because the Heart Attack Grill's gone. There's no reason to go to this dump in the desert. You can see it's so built up. It's amazing how much crap they stuffed in basically a desert. Looks like they've gone all the way to the mountains, too. Wow. I don't like the western part of the U.S. It's just way too, I don't know, dry. But, you know, some of the parts are okay. You got, like, Northern California. It's just everything's overpriced thanks to the Federal Reserve and the central bankers. But I like to go somewhere that's got a lot more green, a lot more plants, more rain. I mean, even a disaster like Mississippi, which I think is the poorest state in the U.S., would be preferable to living out there in Nevada, in my opinion, or Arizona, or any of these other dry places where water is scarce. Even Idaho's kind of dry. Washington State is like part dry and part wet. You got the mountains over here that block a lot of the rain. But Montana, North and South Dakota. My friend lives over in Minnesota. And then you got Wisconsin, which is nice and green. That's a great place right there. And actually, Florida is relatively, I mean, it's relatively green. It's just the cancer that we have here in Miami. You can see this whole coastal area that we're in has been destroyed. But There's just still some green space, although developers are working hard to destroy all of Florida. They haven't done it yet. Hopefully the population is not growing that much. So Florida will never become like Miami. Miami is the worst part of Florida. This is the septic tank of the state. And as you can see, this whole area is so densely developed. I mean, look at this. There's no natural anything left. It's all gone. In fact, I think the only cattle we have in Miami is on some government land, which, if I remember correctly, let me see. Oh, boy. Trying to find a cow pasture now is almost impossible. Got some houses here. A few empty lots. There's just nothing there. Let me see. I think there's one on 25th Street. Okay, here we go. That's a park. That used to be cattle ranch. But I don't think... I think it's 25th Street. Okay. Oh, man. Let me see here. There's the airport. Oh, here we go. This is it. This is the government land. They have some cattle here. That's it. This is the sum total of our cattle. Which, why is it not coming up? This is it. This is where they have some of those antennas, this government land. This is the only place you can still find cattle. That's it. And you can see the fence. When you see those wooden fences with barbed wire, you know that's where the cattle are. So we'll go ahead and let's see. Maybe we can catch the cattle from this side. Let's see here. There we go. All right. See, there's... Looks like they got construction there now, so it's possible they don't even have cattle there anymore. Some kind of construction. Well, so looks like they're even getting rid of that. They just can't stop these people. They just love to build crap everywhere. Okay, here's... I don't know what they're building there, but... This was not there the last time I went there. Okay, that's from 2023. That was cattle. All right. And yeah, see now, yep, so they're building there. They dug this out. So not that long ago, let's just go back in time. Okay, so it was cattle. Now it's gone. So they're building there too. They've wiped all this out to build more crap. So I guess the last cattle in South Florida is now gone. All right. So let's see. Yep. So now they've wiped out this. So it's not enough that you're going to wipe out. I don't know what they're doing because I know that was government land unless they sold it to developers. Oh. Interesting. Well, it looks like I got some kind of development here. Oh, what is that? Didn't that used to be the lawn place? Dade County is on a mission to fill everything in with as much crap as humanly possible. So it looks like... Looks like they're definitely filling it up. All right. Okay. Yep. It's all a big construction site now. So they must have sold the land to do something else with it. But I always thought that was government land. Maybe it is. But it looks like the cattle are gone. So... our last cattle ranch is gone. So I guess that's it. There are no more cattle in this county. I got the park over here. Huh. Don't know what they're doing now. Cattle are gone. You could actually see in the past where the cattle were. Okay. There's another one. Okay, nothing comes up. That's probably gone too. Let's see. All right. Yep. Another construction site. So that's now gone. Let's see. All right. That's what it looked like in 2022. And there's the cattle. See? All right. Let's see. And then today, that's what it looks like. Huh. More apartment buildings, probably. I haven't been there in a while, so the cattle are all gone. Huh. Incredible. So that's it. There are no cattle left in this county. There was one over there by the turnpike, but this is all just Everglades. So they pretty much built it all up. Huh. Well, when I get my truck running, we'll have to do a little drive over there. But yeah, we have no cattle here. The only cattle we here have 2 legs and live in buildings like this, which, in my opinion, is not living. It's just stack and pack. It's all nonsense. Okay, so there's my channel. Let me go back here and see what we have in the comments section. See if the comments are still all right. There we go. Let me get my camera up and running. All right. There we go. It is now working again, more or less. So let's get the comments up and let's start rounding this up. Let's see. We have both Barry Manilow and Phil Collins are close to death right now. Well, they're pretty old. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Jerry are off today. Lack of mountain snow. There will be dry streams. That is very true. How's it? Yeah, that's all they did here. No more jungle. Not around here. They got to keep building those apartments. I think I've driven past that micro cow lot before. They still have one in Davie. It's going to press the reset button soon. Well, it won't be soon enough. We got way too many people packed in here. Network co-ops with distress farms to help them diversify their income. Yep. That's it. Pay prices for the parking lot. Yeah, exactly. And this is what's happened all the time that I've been here. There was a time when my neighborhood had cattle ranches. Cows would get loose, they'd walk around. So the problem is, every time they get rid of one of those cow pastures, that's just less cattle. We have less cattle now than we had in the 1950s. And we have like 5 times as many people. So it's one of the reasons why meat is getting harder and harder to get. But Why do they build this stuff? Do we really need that many places? No, we don't. The only reason they build it is because the central banks, like the Federal Reserve, create money through the banking system by making loans to all these projects, everything from data centers to developments, which doesn't make any sense because it's all just debt, but that's how they create the money. That's how the parasites get rich. So they get rich by destroying us. But the funny thing is, none of the parasites live in those apartments. They don't live in the townhouses. They always live along some coastline. They live in some rural area, which they were able to buy because they made everything else expensive. And that's one of those things that I really don't understand how people put up with it and just keep doing it, but they keep doing it. All right, so let's see here. Okay. Knowledge will increase and people will travel a lot. That's the end of time near. Just watch Lainey destroy a 16-ounce ribeye and a packet of crayfish tails. She's not supposed to be able to do that. Her doctor was very cross. Well, there you go. But seems to be doing fine otherwise, right? And that's good. So anyway, now let's talk a little bit about the future of technology. Does everybody know what Q Day is? Have you ever heard of that term before? The Q Day? Well, let's find out. What is a Q Day? No, we're not talking about that fruity stuff. We're talking about Q Day. So let's go back to, let's do a Google search. Okay. All right. Q Day is a hypothetical future milestone when quantum computers will become powerful enough to break standard cryptographic algorithms like RSA and ECC that currently secure the internet. Most cybersecurity and quantum experts estimate this catastrophic strategic inflection point will happen between 2028 and the 2030s. Interesting. Now, you probably know that governments and many institutions have been pushing for cashless transactions, for cryptocurrency. And what is a cryptocurrency but basically cryptography or encryption? So, if quantum computing becomes powerful enough to break the encryption, of what value will things like Bitcoin be? No value at all. Anything that's encrypted, your financial information, things that you have on the internet, VPNs would be obsolete, which means whoever had that quantum technology would be able to break any digital encryption. Remember, digital is all binary. It's all based on ones and zeros. Whereas quantum, the whole idea of quantum is based on the real world that living things use. The way that you have like DNA and you have different combinations. The idea of quantum computing, instead of using simulations, using binary, you're using actual quantum units. Now, thankfully, it's only theory. In order for quantum computing to exist, it has to exist under very, very low temperatures in conditions that would not be practical for most people. The problem is these conditions could be met by a very well-funded source, such as a government or government-connected corporation. So the whole idea of quantum computing wouldn't be that you and I would get a laptop that we could break encryption with. Oh, no, no, no. It would be that Big Brother government would have the ability to break encryption on anyone. And then we would be the ones that suffer because we wouldn't be able to have anything private anymore. And this is the issue. So this is something you need to think about if you're going to be dealing with real things. If you're using virtual assets such as cryptocurrencies, this quantum computing could be a disaster. And you can see videos on this. I haven't seen really any on YouTube, but there are several, like over here you can see this website. They're talking about the quantum apocalypse. Yeah, apocalypse is coming. Be very afraid. This is something that you might want to keep in mind because our whole system is based on digital or binary computing, which is all base 2. Quantum computing would be technically an unlimited base of different quantities, or qubits as they like to call it. So this is something that we do need to think about. We don't have to worry about it because ultimately we live in the real world, whereas these items, they live in a world that's created by the digital technology. And digital technology is actually sort of an offset of the original quantum technology that we used, which is a so-called analog technology. If you've ever used an 8-track or a cassette, anything like that, you have the quantum units right there. You think about, for example, a record, like an LP. I have several LPs over there. They're basically grooves that are cut into a disc that go with the air movement. That's basic quantum. It's a quantum way of recording information. It's like a movie, like a film. The film, you have different colors, you have different textures that are come from light that it's exposed to. That's also a quantum item. But when you watch a DVD, you listen to a CD or a digital file, those are all digital entities. The quantum computer, if it ever becomes a thing, can break down any type of encryption ever developed because it's going to go by those quantities. And quantum computing would be the one thing that could take artificial intelligence to a level that could be a threat. Digital artificial intelligence, like we have now, is not a threat to us because it will always break down. The simple entropy of digital artificial intelligence assures that without constant human input, it will fail. You can see this with the self-driving cars having to use remote drivers to make certain decisions. This is just the way that it works. But these quantum technologies, and again, you and I are not going to have access to them. They're going to be in some government compound or some big corporation. That would be the only threat. And if it comes to that point, there could be a rapid breakdown of the physical society. Well, let's see what happens between now and then. But it's something just to think about, something I like to think about. But the other thing I want to talk about, which I think is very, very important, is the whole idea of our food supply. Now, over here in the comments, we have some back and forth going. Let's see, it's been a busy morning. Yeah, Christy, I see. I wasn't able to see your live, but I know you had one. I'll have to check that out when I get some time. Good on her. Chat just blocked my message. But just writing to you about lazy. Yeah, that stupid YouTube is always at it. How is it going? That is what maybe there's Bitcoin. Yes, I used Bitcoin in the beginning when it was inexpensive and easy to generate. But once it became sort of a so-called asset, I told people I wouldn't touch it with a 20-foot pole because all it takes is a breakthrough in quantum technology. And first of all, you'd be able to recover all the lost Bitcoins, like the 20 that I lost a few years back, and take those over, which would cause a decrease in the value. But once it became widely known that governments had the quantum technology, people would exit it because it could be shut down at any time. What good is a cryptocurrency when the cryptography behind it fails? Now, on the other hand, having physical products, that would be the key. Bitcoin is decentralized. It is to get away from government, I understand, when it's useful with the internet. And the other thing, too, you notice the government has full control. If you've ever used Bitcoin and you're familiar with the whole blockchain concept, they can easily find out who has the Bitcoin because all they have to do is track the transactions. Lots of people have been caught doing illegal things. They just had somebody got caught with child child porn or whatever you call it. And they use Bitcoin to track him down. So the government has full control. They know exactly, because now you got to remember the on and off ramp. That's how you catch these people. When you could generate Bitcoin on your own equipment, it was anonymous. But Bitcoin is no longer anonymous. Bitcoin is 100% trackable, and the governments, that's why they approve it, because they can figure out exactly who's doing what. That's it. I would invest for land and animals, then any money stuffs. That's right. Of course, the problem is the land is rented from the government, but what can you do? The world isn't ending. The illusion is, right? Hi, Christy, I think, right? Hey, you remembered. Okay, so we have some comments. Picanya, yes. I do discovery thanks to you. Dr. Nelson and Louise's South African butcher. Yep. Got to run to do grocery shopping. Have a great day. Well, thank you, Amy. Have a great day. And they say have fun and bye. It's good. I did. Okay. What happens when we lose infrastructure? It's fragile and vulnerable. So much for the internet. And I mentioned that in my last bike ride video. Everything was supposed to go down. Year 2000 never did. I guess we will see. I don't get too worried since I can't do anything about it. Yeah. Well, there's always some scare out there. The scares bring more views than the nothing's going to happen videos. Have you interviewed Louise? Amazing carnivore ambassador. She makes me feel like an amateur. We see Louise regularly. She lives 2 hours from us. Well, that's a good suggestion there. Y2K, yes. I use cash. That's right. And even though the cash is trash thanks to the Fed, at least it's a physical quantity. Having physical quantities that cannot be created out of nothing. For example, I'd like to save in diesel and alternative fuels. That's what I like to do. All right. So anyway, looks like we've caught up with the comments. Now, what I wanted to talk about in addition to that is the concept of our food supply. Now, a lot of times on these carnivore interviews, you'll see somebody out there that has some kind of regenerative beef, some type of regenerative food. And what do you always notice about the regenerative farms? They always charge a tremendous amount of money for the same thing that you can get in the store. Although they talk it up, well, mine's grass-fed and grass-finished. But the question is, why is the small farm meat so much more expensive than what you can get from the store? People talk about economies of scale. But what is the real reason? If I was to raise, let's say, ducks, I can raise them much cheaper than I can buy in the store. Why is it not the case with cattle? Why is it not the case with chickens and all these other things? Why is it that these people that are in the regenerative space make so much money? Now, I happened to turn on the computer one day and I see that Dr. Barry was making a video with our old friend Joel Salatin, the guy that doesn't, he's been putting it out there, regenerative this and that, and we all know who he is, but his techniques produce very expensive meat. I believe his business is called Polyface Farms. So we'll type this in. All right. Premium grass-fed meats. All right, now how much does this crap cost? So we're going to go ahead, we're going to hit this, and you know me, I'm critical of everybody. I criticize big business, but I criticize these people too. Shop tours, books, and merch. So the guy's growing animals, but he makes money off of all these other things. Now, what do we have here? We have, looks like some people out there touring the farm. Okay. Staying tours. Okay. Now, the first thing you see over here, let's see. Tours, $25. What is that? Okay, so he charges admission for his wagon tour. Okay, that's not a bad thing. I mean, it's okay to offer a product or service. So what is included in the tour? Let's see. Hog tour. Okay. What is included in the tour? Library. What is this? I guess he sells books. Okay. He sells books. $250. Seems a bit high, but so he does sell books. Okay. What else do we have here? Okay, location. Contact us. All right. But where's the food? Let me see. Okay. Sells a lot of products. And again, not bad. Okay, so live pullet, ready to lay young chicken, $25. All right. Interesting. So I don't really see any food for sale. It's products. Let's see. Shop foods. There we go. 100% grass-fed beef. Now let's see. Here's ground beef. 1 pound of ground beef. Where's the price? Where's the price? Sign up for pricing. Oh, so it's a subscription service. So they're trying to hide it from you so you don't get shock. Okay, so you have to go and give them your email address or whatever. Sign up for pricing. Create your account. Check availability. Okay, yeah, so, you put in your zip code. It's going to be nothing there. Let's see. Oh, we're in Miami, Florida. Well, that's interesting. Okay. But anyway, there's an example. Let's see. Let's try something on Google search. All right. Whole Foods Market. I wouldn't buy from Amazon. Let's see. Ancestor Blend. All right, what do we got here? Horse of Nature. Regenerative grass-fed beef. Carnivore Club USA. I never heard of that. Okay, here's Adina Farms. All right. Let's see. Okay. Chuck roast boneless. How big is it? $41.99. What is the size? Doesn't say. But really, when it comes down to it, every one of these regenerative farms, they always charge more than what you can buy in the store. The question is why? Is it because of the processing? Is it because of government regulations? Is it because they can charge more? You go over here to the farmer's market, you buy beef, it's going to be at least double what it is in the store. So that's a question that nobody ever answers. And every time that you see somebody out there selling their meat products, they're always going to be very expensive. And I've never seen one that was even competitive. Now, maybe you charge 10 or 20% more, okay. But when you're charging double or triple what they charge in the store, how can that be? What is the reason? And no one has ever explained that to me. So it might be a good subject for future videos. But anyway, let's see what we have in the comments here. All right. Wow, a lot of comments. Have you had your lunch? The meat supply is less. Well, they keep turning all the pastures into developments. I check every small rancher. Their price, the cheapest I find, is $11 a pound. So the question is why? Why are they so much? These big ranches or farms or businesses, they want to make money. Well, that's true. But why are the smaller ones charging so much more? You plan on visiting here for his birthday? Yeah. All right. So you get a chance to Meet up with Jonathan, George. That's great. Smaller farms are better than the industry food. That is true. I buy from Follyface. Okay. How is their pricing? If they have a website, they're a business looking to make money. Well, everybody wants to make money. But the question is, why is it so much more? And no one's been able to explain that to me. Just made scrambled egg sausages, Canadian bacon. It's still hot. He has an open house for his customers. Okay. If you could just find a local farmer, doesn't advertise. And see down here, all the local farmers eliminated by the Federal Reserve money machine. Hi, Miss Ellen. House with chickens running around the yard. Sign for eggs. $5, which is cheaper than the bad ones in the grocery store. They had the best I've ever had. Well, there you go. I'm on it. NNP course with Adam Lacey. Linda, what is an NNP course? I'll check with her and do my usual trick on email. Having my coffee. Selling over the internet, shipping, there are certain regulations they have to follow. Maybe that's what it is. We need to do an investigation on why that is. I've always wondered that. Availability in late July, yep. There's about the going rate around here for ground beef from the farms. Okay. Hey, Thomas is here. Back from work. Well, glad that you are here. There we go. How are you doing? Greetings from Twinbrook Acres. Greetings all. How are you doing these days? At $11 per pound, quarter cow beef share. So that's for ground beef and ribeye and everything in between. Okay. That's interesting. SBG advertises Thrive Market and Butcher Box. Anyone over for them? SBG. Who is that? SBG. Isn't that Bella lady, I think? How are you doing? Hello, Thomas. Hello, Ellen. SBG, Steak and Butter Gang. Okay, I'm going to look that up, too. All right. Kilt's Visit. High Meeting Wellness. Sticker Shock. Yes. Hello, Rose. Find out people I know. Okay, the comments, I'll catch up. Small ranches are price gouging. That could be it, but I want to know. I want to find out for sure. Is it really that expensive to produce the meat, or are they just taking advantage of the market? Didn't express that well. Quality will be more expensive, and that is true. They charge more because they may find it is better quality. And the question is it really that much better? Someone needs to do a little research, maybe a lab test. Not to talk about. It's because they can. That could be it. Definitely need more to care for the animals properly. But we used to have cattle all around here, and beef was always cheaper from the cattle guys than it was from the store. If I went to Grand Union, it was 89 cents a pound. This was back in the 80s. I could get beef for next to nothing. In fact, when I used to help the one guy, he paid me money to move the hay. He would give me beef for free as a bonus because of the work that I did. So how could they do that back then? Yeah, Bella, that's the one. SBG. All right, Rick, Nutrition Network practitioner course is very high level. Okay, very intensive. I never heard of that. And okay. Just get some tri-tip for $4.99 a pound yesterday. I was happy with that. I wonder where you got that from. That's good. Ellen doing fine. And Jamette says hi to Rick, Milton, Miss Kitty, Kittens, and Quackers. Must charge more for several reasons. Supply and demand being the foremost. They don't sell in volume. Okay. Gas is taking over the market. Hi, Thomas, going live at 4. That's a good question. So let me take a little nutrition. What was that called? Nutrition course. Oh, well. Let me go back to the internet here and let me type in. Steak and butter. Doesn't even come up. Steak and Butter Gang. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay, this looks like a scam. The meeting place for exceptional people. I'm going to accept your cookies, even if it is a scam. Why join the Steak and Butter Gang? Community benefits, blah, blah, blah. Choose an option for access. What is this? Meet your team. There, I saw the Bella lady, and I met, What is this? Dr. Baker. Okay, so he's in that. Chafee's in there. Barry the Money Man. I got Ovadia. I got several people in there. Okay. So what do you have to do? Where's the admission? Join now. Choose an option for access. $30 a month. Yep, that's the magic number. You got to charge $30 a month so you can pay for them. Download the app, Butter Gang on the go. All right. So we do not want that because you are asking for money up front. It's like, give me some money. All right, we ain't giving you no money. I'll take the $30 and I'll go to the store and I'll buy some markdown meat. And what other, let's see, let me type in a Google search here. Let's see. Carnivore. There we go. Let's see. Okay, that doesn't work. Carnivore Club. Best subscription boxes for meat lovers. Okay, so it doesn't. Oh, there it goes. Steak and Butter Gang. There we are. Steak and Butter Gal. Carnivore Club review, a subscription box. Let's see. Carnivore. All right. Let's see. Lifestyle group. Carnivore lifestyle group. Okay. Carnivore subscriber. So, Google's not so much, but let's see. What other groups do we have? Well, let's try this one. All right. That doesn't come up. Okay. Let's try. Kmart. All right. Kmart, yeah. The only Kmart left is near me. That's kind of interesting. Okay, let's see. KMT Carnivore. KMT Carnivore. Wow, it doesn't even come up in Google. Interesting. All right. Huh. Well, let's see the other one. That one comes up. So Google, I guess, is getting a kickback from the Bella lady. Okay. So why doesn't Kiltz's group come up? Maybe this one. Why is it so hard to find Dr. Kiltz's carnivore group? I mean, seriously. I had no trouble finding the SBG pay-to-play group. I can't find... Why is this so difficult? All right. There we go. Kiltz's carnivore group. How much does it cost to join the Kiltz's carnivore group? All right. Let's see. Yeah, we'll accept it. I know who you are. All right. So you have options. You have the coaching course, which is... Okay. What is that? 8 payments of... You have Mavy's course. Okay. And then you have a free option. So you have 3 options. One of them is free. I kind of like that. That's great. Okay. So you can join the free group. And then, now I'm not logged in on this computer, so you can see the option. And I know a lot of you have taken the Kiltz's course. Starting at $500. Okay, that's actually less expensive than the other one. What do they call this? Health coaching course. That's probably the cheapest one on the internet. Interesting. Again, good businessman over there. So the secret is you offer a free option and then you sell products. That's good. That's good marketing right there. You have a wider sales funnel. Again, you got to respect someone that knows what they're doing when it comes to running a business. When you exclude people in the beginning, you basically cut off your market. So let me go back here and see how many comments we have. We're getting close to that cutoff point, and there we go. So let me go ahead and enable the comments. And let's see. Okay, we got a lot of comments. That's the thing here. And again, I'm just asking questions. Kiltz does that too. The more you can produce, the cheaper you can sell it. All right, if that's the case, what can we do to increase the production of cattle? That would be a good question. Is there anything we can do? All of our land here is wiped out. As you can see, all the cattle ranches have been turned into developments, so we don't have that option. But I guess there's other places we can go. Now, they say our population is not going to increase, but it seems like they're building like it's doubling. I don't know. Tri-Tep sale was at a store out here called Vaughn's, which is now the same as Albertsons. We haven't had an Albertsons here in 20 years. One farm near me sells a whole half or quarter cow when they slaughter their cows. Still a little higher than store prices, which is understandable. But the question is, how much higher is it? Is it 20% or less? Then we're good to go. If it's more than that, that seems a little suspect to me. Sandy and Thomas, hello. $28.80, $9 at a discount grocery store. It's not affordable. No, it isn't. I had a hard enough time breaking out $4.19 to buy from Gordon Foods. That was about, someone told me to buy frozen patties. That was about $6 a pound. Okay. Okay, now Brian has a point here. The small local farmers' meat costs so much more due to government regulations that started in the late 1990s, when the 1% wealthy started to buy farms, then pushing for regulations on butchers. So that's probably what it is. And if that's the case, we need to either find a way around it or find a way to get rid of it. It does seem harder for farmers to make a living these days. There aren't many left here in Wisconsin. I think you'll have to pay more for better quality. That's a good point. Speaking of generative farms, I know they pay you about 2 boxes of the USA Ranchers meat. I sent you comparatively to the meat we buy in the stores. Well, it was good meat, by the way. That was good meat. There wasn't a lot of it, but it was good meat. So if that's comparative to what they buy in the stores, that's impressive right there. I think it might be a combination of issues, but I'm just glad that we're starting to learn a little bit. Now, those are the people making money for nothing. The internet influencers, or whatever you want to call them. Yes, that's a point that I try to make. Because what are they giving you? They're using other people as a way to make money. Don't download anything that charges you. I saw her advertise it on her YouTube vids. Okay. Well, that's good to know. How is your dizziness? Thomas. Hi, Jerry. Are you going live at 6 p.m. today? Jerry, that's a good question. Am I going to get in trouble? Being an opinionated, well, we all get in trouble. They started pushing government to come into checking them. They basically cause all that butchering themselves to send to fewer and fewer local butchers. Yeah. Someone needs to make a video on that. Maybe I'll have to do that. They still have Kmart. Yes, it's been in my video. It's around the corner from here. Bella has been getting pretty bad on Instagram. Her posts are tricky or teasers. It's always a sales gimmick. I understand she needs to make dollars, but the way she's going about it is not great. Well, hopefully people will wake up and they will leave her be. That would be great. That's a free market. We need an alternative. Bella got married on the Hancock Ranch in Wyoming, 2024 during the beef roundup. Dr. Kiltz presided over the ceremony. I think Chafee was there. She's probably the real deal, but I don't follow her. I see her videos occasionally, but not that often. Everyone have a great day, an awesome holiday. Rest of your weekend, eat meat. Tomorrow, Ladies Panel Live, at 12 noon Central too. Oh my gosh, I have to get on Carrie. The time is flying. Okay, well, you have to get on Carrie. Wow. Does he have a live or something? Dizziness. Balance, same. Okay, it's good to know. Screw that. Yep. Back to meal prep, and we have a bye to all. Sorry to hear that. Okay. Why? Okay, there we go. I don't know if I'm doing that tomorrow. Kilt's Mighty Tribe cost $0. He started to charge for some services, but somebody talked him out of it and he listened. Well, there you go. See? Is your blood pressure... Okay. There we are. And remember, the Kilt's Mighty Tribe costs him money to set that up, and he takes his time and he sets up meetups and all that. So he deserves to market some products. That's the way it should be. But to charge admission for people to get together is unacceptable. Rick, we're in South Florida. Let's start our own ranch. Well, if you can find a place where you can actually have affordable land, it used to be around Lake Okeechobee, but all the speculators have bought it up. Maybe when the market finally tanks, then maybe I can find something, but that's it. How is a roommate and cat doing? Oh, he's got a roommate now. She's making a living. She's making a lot of money. I have heard estimates. I won't repeat because it's secondhand. Well, you know these influencers are making more money than they say. I mean, come on. They're not living like the rest of us. There's got to be money into it. Travel around and do whatever. Ulrich Carey, he is showing his documentary at the local theater, and it's sold out. I'm trying to get Jerry and I in since we are local. Well, if you can go there, I'm sure that Carey will reserve. He probably has a couple of seats in reserve for the local people, because I know Carey wants to get his movie out there. So if you can go there, that's great. If you could see it in the Montello Theater, that'd be the best place to see it, because then you can see how Carey reacts. Carey and Adam have put a lot of work into the movie, along with everyone else that's volunteered to do that. And I'm sure it's going to be a top quality theatrical experience. If I lived over there, I would definitely go to the Montello Theater. Even if I had to drive 4 hours, I would still go to the Montello Theater just to hang out with Carey, watch the movie. That'd be a privilege. And I know Carey, he wouldn't charge me admission. If I had to drive that far, he'd let me in. I know how he is. So I'm glad that he is showing the movie. I'm sure eventually it'll work its way around to the internet, and I'll get to see it. Really hope you find the 2 missing kittens. I do too. I don't know where they are. I hope they're still alive. I really don't know. Yes, sure, there will be some people that won't show. That's right. But no, it's like every time that we had an event for work or something like that, I always had a few extra seats that we would keep handy in case somebody was visiting, somebody that we knew. So I'm sure that he does the same thing. I think he even mentioned that once or twice. But yeah. Do you ever joking in Dr. Kilt's private group? If so, how is it? Private group. Well, I didn't know he had a private group. He has a Zoom call. I don't think that's private. I got the link from it from the Kilt's Mighty Tribe. It's good to me. Definitely look for land in Lake Okeechobee. Yeah. South Florida land is way too expensive. It's all the speculators. I own a 5-acre lot. I paid $10,000 for it when I got it. Now they say it's worth over $100,000. It's crazy because it's in the middle of nowhere. But it's that central bank funny money. That Federal Reserve has destroyed South Florida by pouring tons of debt that they're building everything everywhere. So many apartments. There's going to be so many empty apartments and shopping centers. It's going to be like tropical Detroit. It's going to be a disaster. And just imagine if Cuba ever became available for investing. All that funny money would run down there, and Miami would right in the toilet. They can sink with the crappy high-rises they have along the coast. Yes, most definitely. Montello, June 6th. I cannot wait. I'm so excited. Truly grateful I get to be there. Awesome. It'd be nice if you could come, Rick. Well, it'd be nice if everyone here could come. If I was wealthy, I would pay your ways. Well, maybe one day. We'll see. We never joke on Kilts Have you met Kilts and Nelson? Okay. Maybe I'll meet you. We know. And again, Kilts is very accessible. If you would like to drop in to a Kilts get-together online, come here tomorrow morning at 10. Go on YouTube and look for Dr. Kilts, and you can join in. It's open. Dr. Kilts wants everybody to participate. It's not about admission. Sure, he makes money, but it's not about admission. And I'm really very glad that he is one of the few that does that. And again, he has that luxury because he has a successful business otherwise, although people are trying to take advantage of him. They're trying to put him out of business by suing him. But Dr. Kilts, Robert Kilts, has a great way of dealing with people. He knows how to give people what they need at a price they can afford. And that's a great businessman. I'm glad to know someone like that. Very, very nice. Okay, let's see. I followed Carrie and Jen, his whole family, through my whole journey. Healing Humanity Life is also truly helpful, like I was saying, about community. All of you are just so important. I'm very grateful. Well, that's great. Although Healing Humanity Life is also a closed pay-to-pay community. So it'll never be a motivating force in the carnivore community because they exclude such a large amount of the carnivore community. I don't remember joining Kiss My Tribe, but I must have. They sent me an email. I think everyone has joined. Definitely. Kilt's Health is costing the man a lot. His first instruction to Alia was to create a coaching course for less than $1,000. They set it at $997 discounted. I paid $400 for 12 weeks training. That's actually a really good deal. I agree with that. It's definitely a good deal. Tropical Detroit. Yeah, don't move. You have 5 acres, I would say. Well, I have 5 acres near Lake Okeechobee, not in Miami, thankfully. But, 5 acres in Miami, the taxes would be terrible. Unless I was completely agricultural, in which case I'd probably stay. Good morning to George. I am seeing Kilts next Saturday. Very nice. They have a meetup over there. Hello, Amanda. Dr. Kilts is a good guy. Yes, he is. I do understand that point, Rick. Yes. And again, I can illustrate, what was it? It's called Healing Humanity Life, right? Let's go back to the internet and let's go here and do a Google search for Healing Humanity Life. Okay, it comes right up. And let's see. What does it take to get in there? Ready to transform your health. I am ready to transform my health. Okay, so what does this say? I'm going to allow... No, I'm not going to allow notifications because you don't want me in there. Join a community like no other. Sign up here, $30 a month. Okay, so we charge admission at the door, and they're going to charge you every month, and they want your money. Money, 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 money. That's all that matters. So is there any other resources here? I don't see any kind. I see some marketing, expert Q&A sessions, live Zoom calls. Well, you can get a live Zoom call from Dr. Kiltz's free group. Top experts. Oh, we got the same people. There's Carrie. There's Coach Lisa. There's Dr. Sean Baker. I wonder if the doctors get paid. I wonder if they get a cut of it. Oh, the Kilts is in there too. There's Dr. Nelson. But again, Dr. Nelson and Dr. Kilts are available in the KMT. So Alvadia is available. Lisa Wiedemann, whatever. I've seen her before. Okay. Carnivore Q&A weekly, blah, blah, blah. Well, online courses, carnivore diet. Let's see, what do they have here? Okay, that's all. There's nothing available on the site for free, and there's no bulletin board or anything. So basically, it's obsolete. Unless you pay, and they'll give you half off for the first month. Oh, big deal. You can get $15 a month for the first month. That's nothing. I'll take my $30 and I will go over here. This is where I'm going to go to. I'm going to go over here and I am going to look for something I can buy. So I have $30 in my pocket. And let's see. All right. Nope. I got the wrong one. Let me just change this. Okay. Gordon Food Service Store. There we go. Boom. All right. Okay. There we go. All right. Let's close that. There we go. All right. So instead of Healing Humanity Life, we're going to go over to Gordon Foods and we're going to pay $43. Well, $4. It's, yeah, $43 for a roll of ground beef. I used to be able to get this for less than $20, but what can you do? And that's what we'll do. Unfortunately, it's that store-bought feedlot crap, but I'm going to get more benefit from this log of meat than I would get from a month and a half in some group. And I hate to say it, that's the way I feel. And then what I'll do, I'll just head over to KMT and I'll drop into one of their Zoom calls. I can deal with that, right? Not a problem. So all I have to do is give KMT my email address, and I may get an email from time to time. I get emails quite often, and that's good. I like getting the notifications from KMT. But anyway, that's how Rick thinks, and that's why I'm not popular. That's why I'm the least popular of the carnivore community, because I criticize everybody. I do the same thing that Kiltz himself does. When people say things, he asks questions. Is fat really on your body really that bad? You know, do you believe, what about raw, rare, whatever? He just asks the question. And you know what? I agree with that. I like the fact that someone is not really dogmatic. I mean, they may say the same thing over and over again, but they are willing to ask questions. Well, it's high noon, a little after. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back and I'm going to try to do this. Let's see. Thomas, that was awesome. Rick and Kiltz always have a laugh and joke, and Rick and his Uncle Fester have a strong friendship. Yes, the KMT is about 4,000 strong, and more join every day. And by the way, there's only one group that has Rick. It's not SBG. It's not Healing Humanity. It's, well, there's two. Okay, there's two carnivore groups that have Rick. One of them is called Carnivore Talk. I'm in Carnivore Talk. And what is the second one? KMT. Two groups that have Rick. So if you're looking for Rick, you don't have to spend money every month. You can just pop in on Saturday morning. You can pop in on Tuesday night with Russ every 2 weeks. You can pop into a Kiltz Zoom call. You can pop in tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock on a Kiltz get-together. So I'm available. And just like Kiltz, I give my phone number. You can call me at any time. And if I'm available, I'll pick up the phone and I'll talk to you. So it's not like there's a gate. I have a gate in my front yard, but it doesn't have a lock on it. Anybody can walk in. That's why a lot of times the door rings. And when I get more into the way I want to be, I'm going to use that as a gag. I'm going to put cameras outside, and when my friends come over, I'm going to let them know you're going to be on the internet up until noon. Now, I'd make noon the cutoff point. If you come after that, then okay, I'll talk to you. But I will not answer that phone if it's somebody I know until noon. Now, after noon, I'll answer the phone. But up to that point, it's not happening. Christy, I'll be at your graduation ceremony, says George. Okay. I'm not judging, but Kerry claims not to make dollars from his YouTube channel or groups. I believe him. He claims, I don't think he's making any money off of it. I don't see him living it up. Kerry is a savvy businessman. He does B&B. He sells products. I think he makes his money on his own. And I do believe that all the money in his groups does go to the movie, does go to his projects. I believe that. So, yeah. But again, people have doubts. Who knows? I do believe him. That's just my opinion. And there's several people that I've talked to that agree. So I don't think that's a problem. But Purple Coconut's awesome. And Bacon Runner is back. That's awesome. I'm on Module 5. Bacon Runner says hello. George says, I'm happy to pay the $30 a month. Okay, let's see. $30 a month to help fund the film. Also, they have lots of Zoom calls every week. Full disclosure, I have 3 memberships. Healing Humanity Life, Grandma, and DC, about $35 a month. Okay. Well, there you go. DC has a membership? I didn't know. Grandma has one? Whatever. But that's your choice. Now, if you wish to join the group, I encourage you to do so. But what I'm saying is a group which has only a paid membership will never be a major force in the carnivore community. It's a walled garden. It's limited. It will never be the group. Let's put it that way. And I'm not going to associate myself with a group that requires admission, because to me, that's just not, it's not a good strategy. You want to get people in, you got to offer something for free, and then you can sell your product. If I want to sell somebody something, I'm going to offer them something for free. That way, at least, it's like, come to my ranch, I'll sell you my meat, but I'll give you some free iguana bites or maybe some free samples. You go to the store, you go to Costco or whatever, they always give you free samples. The idea is you want to be good at marketing, you give free samples. You put things on sale. You lure the customer in. Make them feel like they're getting a good value. But if you block it and say, oh no, I'm not giving you anything, you walk away. It's like, I'm out of here. I don't see anything I want. Okay, it's good. Don't be like everyone else. You rock, Rick. Well, thank you. I will never be like anyone else. Trust me. Never change. And I haven't. You're the most popular one of the carnivore community and the most well-known. But if that's true, why is it that every time somebody asks, like if Thomas has an interview, have you heard of Rick? No, I haven't heard of Rick. Sometimes in the kilts, have you heard of Rick? No, I haven't heard of Rick. Nobody's ever heard of Rick. I've never heard one person say, yeah, I know who Rick is. Maybe after they start talking to him, is that the guy that eats iguanas? Yeah, it might be, but that's okay. And Linda Flanagan says, I want a free month to Healing Humanity. I found nothing interesting and had to put up a credit card to get the free month. See what I mean? What if you don't have a credit card? What if you're like me and you don't use a credit card? I don't use a credit card. What good is it? There's a lot of people in parts of the world that don't have credit cards. Think about people in some Asian countries. Think of like India or maybe some of these Arabian countries where they don't use credit cards. It's against their religion. How are they going to join a group when they don't have a credit card? Tell me that. Whatever. All right, so let's see. Let's see the comments. And Robbie Autry says, I feel the same as you do, Rick. Well, I'm glad you do. I tell it how I feel it. And I will tell people right to their face what I think about them. I'm not going to butter somebody up. And I get myself in trouble. But the thing is, when you give me evidence to the contrary, I accept it. And I don't judge people. I don't judge anybody. I've gotten into trouble just being a little critical. But quality people, they know the skeptics are out there. And I'm one of the skeptics. Why do you think I started the carnivore diet? If I wouldn't have been a skeptic, if I wouldn't have been, as Mitch calls me, the contrarian, I never would have started the carnivore diet. I'd still be struggling, eating all the fruits and vegetables and drinking the juices, feeling like crap, probably be as skinny as short as I was, and probably be very sick and looking awful. I would look terrible. I'd look like a 70-year-old if I was eating that crap. I'd be itching all the time, headaches. I'd be a wreck. I'd probably have had infections. I'd be on blood pressure medication. My life would be a disaster if I would have listened to conventional advice. Christy, the mindset modules and motivation interview modules are best. Dr. Kiltz quotes Lisa Pickert. Coach Lisa is a personal hero of mine. I enjoy when they have her on the lives. It's pretty good. Still live. I see, wow, I'm eating bacon. Yummy. Well, retired Rick, you know me. I keep blabbing. I only go once a week, so I got to make up for it. Mitch goes every weekday, so I got to get those 4 or 5 hours in somehow. Okay. Carney people keep saying influencers at latest meat stock are now recommending higher protein and less fat. I will just do what my body wants best at this point. Exactly. I'm not cutting back to fat. Look, I eat a lot of fat. I eat everything from rendered fat to raw fat to partially cooked fat. I eat a lot of fat. And my body likes it. So why would I stop? The only health condition I have is a genetic sinus condition. And there's nothing I can do about that. I feel great otherwise. I got lots of energy. I went a whole day without sleep because my power went off last week. And I didn't get sick. I was able to reset my sleep. And I can deal with problems that other people can't deal with without stressing out. Why would I change that? That'd be a disaster. Awesome. Dr. Hampton's module, the one I'm on now. Okay. Let's see. Wow. 4 hours and 10 minutes. Go take dog out for a walk. Thank you and have a good evening, everyone. Well, thank you, Yellow Rose. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Dr. Barry charges $3,500 for his PhD coaching course. That's way beyond my bank account. My money goes on flights to USA. Lainey and I are looking about $2,500 to get to Michigan in September. See? Yeah. $3,500 for a coaching course that has no credential value whatsoever. It's not like the government's going to recognize that. You're just giving it to them. You learn, sure. But you can learn a lot of that stuff online for free if you know where to look. So, now again, offering a course, you should charge something for it. You got to pay people to set it up. It takes time, bandwidth on the internet, but that's a lot of money, honestly. And anybody that can spend that kind of money, I don't know how you do it, honestly. If you do that, I'd like to know your money-making secrets. Are you serious? Dr. Berry charges that much? Wow. Who the heck would pay that much? Well, retired Rick, I agree with you. That's right. I joined KMT, and one of my first questions was, who is this Rick guy? Ha ha. And ever since, you've been a positive influence in my life. Rick and those kitties. Well, thank you so much. And I've seen you when you're out there being interviewed. I'm glad. I'm glad that someone could look at me and get something beneficial, because I think to most people, I think I'm just a total quack. Bye, Yellow Rose. Have a great day. Same Dr. Berry course for me. Not affordable. Yes, Christy, not affordable. They always want that credit card number. That's right. What if you don't have a credit card? It's like everybody. You go to pay to park somewhere, they want you to pay with your cell phone. I'm like, I don't have a cell phone. Where's the meter? Where do I put, when I used to go to pay, I put in one of these things. You take your quarter, you drop it in there, you turn the handle, and that's it. Now they want your cell phone? What is that? And by the way, this still works, even if they break cryptography. Yeah, cryptography. Quantum computing can't break this. Now, a little stick can. I can show you how to use a brazing rod to rig one of these things, and I used to do it all the time if I had to go to downtown or Miami Beach. It wasn't that hard to do. Some people did it with a popsicle stick, but then it would break off, and then if the parking people opened it up, they could see the broken popsicle stick. But if you used a brazing rod, it was perfect. Yep. Anyway, type 2 diabetes. Stephanie invented a QQQ for him just so she could speak to him. Definitely a schoolgirl teacher crush moment. Dr. Hampton loved her. Okay. UK accent. There we go. I think if you take the research, you can learn anything for free. That is correct. And really, when it comes down to it, the only reason why people go to college is so they can get permission from the government. Let's say you want to be a doctor. You can learn how to be a doctor on your own. You just need something to practice on. But if you want to get that government permission to practice medicine, you have to go to their government-approved schools, go deep in debt, and then be taken advantage of for a few years by the medical system, keeping you up all night, making you unhealthy. It's just sort of that hazing that they do. The system is designed to control you through humiliation. It's not a matter of we want to learn something and we want to make things better. No. It's down to you got to do this. You want to be a plumber? You got to work for this guy for 3 years and then take the test. Why? Why not just take the test? Why not have a proficiency exam? You go there and say, look, we're going to give you a plumbing test. They give you a bunch of materials. You pay a reasonable fee. I want you to take these plans and I want you to set this up. Or even a computer simulation. Take the test, you're done. That's it. Oh, no, 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 no. It's always got to be this stupid, you got to do this, bend over backwards, give me your money, we'll treat you like crap. It's just like the whole fraternity stupidity. I always thought that was the dumbest thing in the world. Why would anybody join a group where they got to bend over and get paddled and get spit on and laughed at? For what? What is the point? You know, you try that with me and find out what happens. Somebody might pull out a weapon and start shooting. That's what happens. You got to treat people with respect, and you got to treat them the way that you want to be treated. Isn't that what it says in the Bible? Do unto others as you want them, as you would have them do to you. That's the whole idea. So the idea should be, in my opinion, we want to help everybody to get the education and the resources they need to succeed. That's the trick. We're not going to do extraction, because there's two ways to get rich. You can get rich by extracting from others, or you can get rich by getting others more productive, and then they'll give it to you willingly. Okay, who's calling? Oh, wait a minute. That's odd. It's not going through the system. What is going on here? Oh. Okay. It got blocked. Whoever was calling in got blocked. Okay. Anyway, let's see. True that, yeah. I bought a quarter beef, $4.50 a pound, hanging weight. Mine was 202 pounds. It'll be another $200 for processing, about $5 per pound. Not too bad. Not bad. See, it can be done. But we need to figure out ways to work around it so we don't have to spend money that we don't have for what we need. I wouldn't pay $35 when I know why I can't lose weight. It's my bad choice of food. Duh. Yeah, exactly. See what I mean? That's it. You can't rent a car without a credit card. Well, that's why I ride a bike. That's it. There are parts of the world that don't have credit cards. We want to have a worldwide appeal in the carnivore community. We don't want to be just the Western world. We want people from all over the world. That's the thing. I understand the PhD course is more expensive for the next students. That sounds like a Ponzi scheme to me. Pyramid scheme, whatever. Stop stealing the meters, Rick. Well, they scrapped all these about 25 years ago, but I got a nice collection of them. I'm working with Alia to become one of the Kilts health coaches for the bacon, eggs, butter, beef, lifestyle. I'm not looking to make money. I'm hoping to be a positive influence and support to anyone who needs it. Well, that's the attitude I like to see. That's good. I like that. That's what we need more of in this community. I know you passed the PhD course with these 3 other Kilts Health graduates. Respect to you all. Congrats on the symphomology qualification 2. I don't even know what that is. No credit cards here. There you go. See? All right. So again, Rick has caught up on the comments, which I'm very good at doing. Let's see. Yes, maybe that's awesome. We had a good morning at Thomas. I'm going to scroll through all the other comments, see which ones got lost. And you know what? They're all there. So let me go back to YouTube and see how many people we have here. Let me show you what I have. All right. Let's see how many I lost with my critiques. I still have, it looks like, 53. I started off around 50, and I still have 53. That is fantastic. Again, for someone that only has 4,210 subscribers, to have 53 people still in an over 4-hour live stream, that's an accomplishment. And it's not my accomplishment. It's your accomplishment. Now, who's next? Who do we have today that is doing lives? Let me go ahead and let's just go to YouTube over here. And all right, Boom. All right, so we got some other videos here. Let's see. U.S. drains oil reserves. Oh, we have, I guess, Dave has posted a video. And again, if you don't know who Dave Mack is, where have you been for the last 3 years? He started with the most interesting interview ever and has interviewed thousands of people in the carnivore lifestyle. That is fantastic. So who do we have that's live? Let me click lives over here and let's see. I think North Dakota Carnivore had his live. I don't know. I like this guy. You got to admit, this guy is very interesting. Okay, let's see. Anybody else live? Oh. Carnivore Quest is live. I know some people don't like Larry and Cassie because they're constantly on and off the carnivore diet, but I don't have a problem. I think he's a great guy. I'm not going to criticize them. And he's got what, 68 watching? Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. I watch his channel from time to time, and I comment. He knows who I am. I think it's good. He does it every day, which I give him credit for that because I can't do it every day. I don't have the time or the desire to do it every single day. And I'm sure most of you have a life to live. The last thing you want to do is watch somebody else. I mean, we already got Mitch to watch early in the morning and then later on. But again, this is live carnivore keto support, no charge, none whatsoever. And good for him. But who else is live? I think, does Thomas have a live today? Let's see. Well, Christy was with Dan, so if you get a chance, you might want to watch that. And Lance, our North Dakota Carnivore, he had his live. It was about an hour and so. You can see. And if you missed his, you might want to check. He has it tomorrow morning. So let's see. Let's just double check. He was here in my chat earlier. And actually, I think he said that he found some of the other chats through me, which is good. So we have a live. Let's double check. Okay. Sunday Carnivore Weekend Meeting. He's got 2 different formats. One is for cell phone. So that will be at 11 o'clock tomorrow. So if you missed his live today, hit it tomorrow. And by the way, tomorrow, don't forget that Dr. Kiltz, let me see, I think he has his. Kelly's not having a live because he's going to Mexico. And let me double check, see who else we got. Let's see when his next one is. He had that one today. Let me see. Okay. So that was today. This will be next week in 7 days. And it looks like they're chowing down on some iguanas over here, which is good. Iguana's not happy, but we'll be doing that next Sunday morning. I'm going to give him his first like while I'm at it because I like that. And let me go back over here. I think Jerry has her live. Let's double check. All right. Okay. Why is it not working? That's interesting. Oh, okay. It always does that. Let's see. Butter Bob, I know, had a live a couple days ago. Let's see. Okay. There we go. We have live. Okay. No, I guess no live today. There is a live tomorrow. So I guess there's no live today. That'll be tomorrow. All right. Okay. So let's see if Thomas has a live. I'm curious. Let's go back. All right. Where is Thomas? Should be up here at the top somewhere. There it is. You can always tell who I've been watching a lot. Okay, live. I guess the timing got messed up. It was at 4 a.m. It's supposed to be p.m., but yeah, it says a.m. But Dana Barrett, that'll be at 4 p.m., so that'll be in a few hours. So you might want to check that out. Our friend Thomas, he does a live every Saturday. If anybody else knows of another live that's coming up, let's put it out there so that everybody has the option of looking at it. I'll probably be working outside. I got to go kitten searching. I got to figure out where my kittens went. I know where my black kitten went. He's on the bed sleeping. He came here briefly and then he left. But, you know, Milton, he can't resist. As soon as I go to the kitchen to make my lunch, he'll be there at my feet meowing, wanting some meat. And I got some pork that I'm going to give him. I got some raw chicken, which he likes. Milton is definitely the meat eater. And Milton is the absolute most beautiful cat that I've had in a long time. He is the sleekest black menace. Hard to believe he was just an ordinary little kitten, but now he's turned into Milton the Menace, and he's really an important part of this. That's why Milton is a house cat. I never let him outside unsupervised. It's just not my thing. I can't risk having Milton get hurt or lose Milton. So Milton is a house cat. Miss Kitty will eventually be a house cat if she's healthy enough and able to live in. So Milton and Miss Kitty, I can just imagine Miss Kitty getting fluffy. And then we got the little black and white kitten that's still got that little limp. We'll see how it does. The orange kitten, that may turn into another cat. I can only imagine. I wouldn't want to have Milton fight with that cat. It'd be a real catastrophe, that's for sure. Because Milton is a rugged fighter. He's vicious. Okay. There we go. All right, let's see. Don't make any money, but I'm a certified Kilts health coach. There you go. And Sandy Blythe says, no debt here. You are ahead of most people. Pay this and pay for that. It's all about the almighty dollar, which the Federal Reserve creates. Yeah, you're live in 40 minutes, but your link doesn't show up. So make sure that the link is there. But you can just check out her channel. She'll probably do an impromptu and just pop up there. What's for lunch today? Heart attack chicken. I'm going to have heart attack chicken. I got some of it left. We're going to cook that up in the beef tallow. It's still morning here in Caliland. Yes, it is. And Thomas at 4. That is correct. I'm having bacon and eggs late this afternoon. Well, there's never a bad time for bacon and eggs. At least that's what I say. Okay. Let's see. Good morning, Carnivore family from Carnivore Farm Mom. Well, good morning from Rick. Glad you're here. Good morning, Charger Rick. Good morning in return. Hi, friend. Hi, Sandy. Only 3 more for this month. And Mari, many great ones for June, including Christy at Meeting Wellness. Yes. Carnivore Farm Mom, Thomas. We have some more hellos to George. And work's done for the day. Kelly Hogan charges $50 a month. $50 a month for the sheep. I've heard that name before. That's not like Hogan's Heroes, is it? Isn't that kind of skinny lady that's been carnivore for 15 years or something? I need to look that up. Check the trees for the cats. I'm going to do that. I don't think they could climb, but I'm going to look for them. I fixed it. Okay, good. You fix the time. My coaching is around $200 per month. Without you learn everything you could need in about 3 to 6 months. That is correct. That is correct. And Jonathan is the master at fitness, body composition with the carnivore diet. Healing Humanity Carry Man charges $30 a month. Okay. Okay, let's see here. All right. You again. Okay. Kelly gave up her teaching job. So probably trying to replace her salary. I couldn't afford to join though. All right, let's do a little Google search here. Hogan's Heroes. No. Kelly Hogan. I think her called Zero Carb Life or something like that. Yep. Born January 1965. That's not the one, is it? Okay, My Zero Carb Life Home. There we go. Weekly carnivore coaching. All right. So another one of these membership groups. My name is Kelly Hogan. 2004, when I visited my doctor for a checkup. 252, Volvo Carnivore Coaching. Okay. Sessions are available on a month-to-month basis. All right. Coaching sessions. Yeah, $50. Okay. So I guess that's a group thing. That's not a one-on-one. So she's over there making money off of it too. All right. Everyone makes money off of this. It seems like it. So how old is this lady? Let me see. Eat the meat. Thomas says that. Eat the meat. Got Thomas is saying there. For God's sakes, eat the meat. And you got merchandise. Okay. Well, anybody that has a website is selling something. That is very true. Okay. Everybody sells shirts. Shorts. Okay. Whatever, right? Anyway, that is Team Meat. Team Iguana. There you go. All right, let me go back. Let me go over here to start wrapping this up here. That's what we're going to do. So, you get all kinds of stuff here. Kelly is probably late 40s. Okay, so she's younger than me. That's interesting. All right, not too bad. And how long has she been carnivore? I think 15 years. I said 2004. Journey started. So that's like, what? 14, 24, 20, 22 years? Interesting. Kelly looks amazing. She's losing all the weight. How much weight did she lose? Okay. Other people can say it. It should be true of all of us. Eat the meat. Well, somehow I associate it with you. It's just like there are certain sayings in the carnivore community that are associated with me, and I'm sure everybody can recite some of them. Go ahead and tell us, when you think of Rick, you think about carnivore sayings, what are the things that Rick is associated with? Let's hit those comments. Let's see what you got. Give me what you got. And we still got 49 people watching, it looks like, so that's pretty good. So what sayings are associated with Rick? Or do I have to say them? I'm sure everybody knows them. Dun 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 da 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 dun da dun 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 dun. Rick the Iguana Hunter. That's right. Cass says eat the meat. But what does Rick say about food that's not meat? What is my saying? If it's something I don't want to eat, eat the meat, my friend. What is that two-word saying that you associate with me? When you give me something and I don't want to eat it, what do I call it? Come on, you got to know that. Who knows that very famous saying associated with Rick? What's Rick's favorite four-letter word? That's right. Don't eat duck food. That's what it is. And that's right. Barbara made a song about that too. If it moves, it's on the menu. Yes. Duck it. That's right. Duck it. Duck is my favorite 4-letter word. Duck food. Duck food. Duck food. Whenever somebody says duck food, you think about Rick. And what other sayings in the carnivore community are associated with Rick? Duck food is the most popular, but what else do you think of when you think of Rick? Oh. That's a hint. Oh, I think it's a big one. That's right. Those other 2 words. Anytime that I have a recipe, it usually has the word heart attack in front of it. Heart attack chicken, heart attack duck, heart attack iguana, heart attack turkey, heart attack burger. And the other one, pacemaker pizza. And what's the other one? The coronary cluckers. Remember the coronary cluckers? That's Rick's version of chicken nuggets. Coronary cluckers. They're all high fat, guaranteed to give you a heart attack. Just like I get a heart attack every day. In fact, I'm going to be having a heart attack in about half an hour. And there's nothing like a Rick heart attack because Rick heart attacks are fun. So, again, everyone's saying, yes, heart attack. So in the carnivore community, duck food, heart attack, duck it, quackers, I'm a quack, those are all associated with Rick. And then heart stopper stay, there you go. But the other thing you'll find with Rick, always close by, is this. On the Rick live stream, rotary phone. And of course, a Shure 55S and charger. And yes, as Sandy says, dumpster diving, dumpster chicken, ducks and iguanas. Right. So you have the popular carnivores that promise you better health. They promise you all these good things. And what does Rick promise you? Rick promises you eating out of a dumpster, having heart attacks, riding around on a bicycle because your truck is broken and you want to save gas, patching a leaky roof, mulching your yard, having cats. That's what Rick promises you. Duck food. There we go. Whoops. Rotary phone. Let me borrow that. Well, here you go. Here's your rotary phone. All right. Hopefully you have voice over IP or a landline where you can make a call. Duck food. Quack. It's quack. I make no money from carnivore. I paid my own flight to Wyoming. I was given free accommodations and food on the ranch. And I booked into the Holiday Inn in Kalamazoo. I'll never forget that song about Kalamazoo. That's a good big band tune. Cooking on the engine. Yes. Nobody else in the carnivore community cooks on the engine. And of course, duck food, feeding the ducks. You look at my channel, where else can you find my most popular video of all was not even a carnivore video. Do you know what my most popular video on my YouTube channel is? How to use a payphone. How many other people have a payphone? And not only how to use a payphone, but what's inside the payphone. That's it. Yep. Hope the ducks come back to your yard soon. They will. Trust me, they will. Heart attack. Oh, it's a big one. And it's a shame that the heart attack grill is gone because I really, really wanted to meet John Basso at the Heart Attack Grill. Being authentic and yourself. That's why I'm here. You don't fake anything. You are just you. Yes. And the thing is, in a world of increasing AI and increasing, you don't know who's who, everyone's got a sales pitch. I am the opposite of all that. I come here to do the live stream because my goal for YouTube was to meet people. That was it. I wanted to meet people online and in person. that was it. And that's what I've been doing. So that's great. All right. So you're in Florida. You can make your eggs on the sidewalk, but they're better on the hood. I have a VoIP number for my coaching business. Yes. And I use the free Google Voice for my VoIP number. So you can call me at any time. You call into the Rick's live show or you call in. And again, most of the time, if you pick up the phone, you will hear a dial tone, as you can hear here. There is a dial tone ready to go. Of course, it's too late for call in because we're going to be wrapping this up, but that's basically why I'm here. So the idea is to meet people, to exchange information, and then again, I participate in other live streams. I'm invited at least once a week, it seems, into somebody else's live stream where you can find me. And again, I'm too cheap to pay for StreamYard, so I don't do the on-screen video because I wish, years ago we had the YouTube, we had Hangouts on air where you could do that. Of course, YouTube didn't really have live streaming, but that was possible. Now they don't have it anymore. But if they ever make it free, then I'll just leave it open. But for now, you can always call in. It's hard to believe these things. I mean, they're a little corroded, but still there. Parking lot chicken. Yes. Nobody else talks about parking lot chicken. Yes, payphone. Real and authentic is rare these days. Sadly, I was so happy when I found Rick. Well, see, I do have an audience. Not a big one, but I do have an audience. Most people still prefer the flashy, the clickbaity. You don't see me with clickbait titles. I don't even make thumbnails. Who is going to watch the Indy 500? That's a good question because I'm not, but maybe some people will. Me, I'd rather go for a drive myself. I could create my own Indy 500. I'll just go out there and get on the Palmetto Expressway and floor it. And that's it. Okay, when will you be on Russ's Live again? I will be there Tuesday at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time next week. Caitlin Clark is a Grand Marshal this year. I'm not sure who that is. What a dumb name, Caitlin. Crazy. Hopefully nobody else has that name and I insulted him, but isn't that what Bruce Jenner calls himself now? Caitlin. He went from Wheaties to Fruit Loops. That's what happens when you eat your Wheaties. You become Fruit Loops. That's the thing. If Bruce Jenner would have said, I start every day with steak and eggs, he wouldn't be out there trying to be a lady now. He'd still be a male. That's right. So stay away from the Wheaties. That glyphosate, it does some weird things to you. All right. So anyway, how many people we have? We still have 53 people watching, which is actually quite good. But we need to wind this down. I think Jerry said that she will be having a live at 1, which is 15 minutes away. And let's see. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Dial tone novelty. I cannot believe how much things have changed since I was a kid. Well, things haven't changed that much here. We're still kind of old-fashioned in this place. Yeah. Hey to Lynn is a very popular name for 40 and below. Okay. We had a phone that had clear plastic so you could see all the wires and metal in the phone. I have a friend that got one of those from the dump. He has one. It's a touch-tone phone that is clear. And it is in the house. All right. So, again, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate everyone taking their time out from their Saturday morning and checking in. Again, you don't have to be here the whole time. You can just listen. There's nothing to see here other than a few little things that I put in there. And you make it hard to leave the live stream. I'm afraid of what good entertainment I'll miss. Well, don't worry. It's not really entertainment. It's just me talking, maybe popping a few things from the internet, and that's it. So we're basic. Like I said, we don't use any streaming software here other than the OBS, and I use the overlay that's in Google Chrome so that I can bring up the comments. When I first started, I didn't even do that, but I figured out how to do it. I remember when we got the push-button phone, we gathered around it, and Mom pushed the button, and we heard it beep. Yes, the dual-tone multi-frequency. And actually, it's funny you mention that because I'm going to have to get my oscilloscope. My friend brought over his stupid EcoBoost truck, which I fixed. Well, last week, I fixed the oil leak. Doesn't leak oil anymore. Well, in the middle of the week, 2 of the spark coils stopped working. So they changed the coils and they still don't work. And it's got errors. And I don't have a high-level scanner. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my oscilloscope and I'm going to plug it into the wires that go into those injectors. And I'm going to try to figure out if there is a wiring problem. If I can figure out how to do it, hold the camera, I may make a video of it and show you the technique that I use. It's pretty old-fashioned, but if you've never seen an oscilloscope, it might be a little interesting. Take some of that electrical engineering background and put it to work. Thank you. Enjoy the kitties. Prayers to find lost ones. Yes. Looking for kittens, plural. I was hoping for the gray one to return. Well, the white one disappeared last night. It was there when I went to check on them during the rainstorm. They were all by the front door under the generator, nice and comfy. I went out this morning, and there's only 3 kittens. You got the gray, the black and white, which has the injured leg. You have the orange Garfield and the calico, and they were feeding on mama. But the other white one disappeared, so I don't know where it went, but I'm going to look around. It's another reason to end the live stream, to go searching. But yes, so that's it, and let me go ahead and try to end this. What did I do with my music? It's here somewhere. I know it's here. There we go. Why is it not running? Okay. There we go. I guess the level's good. I'm amazed at the endurance here. Hungry yet? No, I never get hungry. Believe it or not, I never get hungry. What happens to me if I don't eat, I start to lose energy, I lose motivation, and I fall asleep. That's the way it works. Have you checked around the yard? Yes, I have, but I'm going to look in more detail. I didn't have a lot of time because I had to set up for the live stream. I made a quick video, but that's all I did. Thanks, Rick. Enjoy your afternoon. I appreciate that. And there's a few people I haven't seen. I didn't see... Who was it that was missing today? What's the guy that's always at the weight room? I forget. But I've got to remember these YouTube... Michael Pregler, I think, is the YouTube name he makes. One year I lost a lot of ferals during a thunderstorm. Well, they probably got wet. I've had ducks and kittens get wet and die of hypothermia, but I made sure that when it rained last night, because I wake up every time it rains. When you have a roof like mine, you get used to waking up when it rains. Thankfully, the roof didn't leak. But I'll tell you one thing. I looked, they were there, but we'll see. I'll look for them again. And 4th of July, yeah, that'll scare them. Milton fell asleep through 4th of July and New Year's. Thanks for your time, Rick. Have a great weekend. Take care of the kittens. I will, Robbie Autry. That's my goal. I'm always trying to help out the animals when I can. Nobody has saved more ducklings from the drain in the canal than me, or orphan ducklings when their mom got run over. Now, of course, sooner or later, you know what happens to the ducklings that I've saved and fatten up to perfection, but that's okay. Thanks for your time, Rick. Have a great weekend. Take care of all the kittens. I will, guaranteed. I do the best that I can. So anyway, I'm going to say goodbye to you. You can head over to Jerry's if you like, or keep an eye out. Thomas will be in about 3 hours, so check him out. And thanks again for being here. And as always, I hope you have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll see you next week.